Good evening and welcome to the 10th meeting of fiscal year 2024 for the Milton Planning Board. At this time, I would like to now call the meeting to order. We'll begin with our administrative items. We have one set of minutes that Julie has sent out, but I know you probably have not had a chance to do those. So if I could have a motion to defer the minutes.
Make a motion to defer the minutes till next week's meeting?
A second.
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And, Sean will be joining us. He is not here this evening. And I apologize, I didn't introduce the board and our staff. So before we go any further, if we could just go around and introduce ourselves.
Jim Davis, member.
Cheryl Tagaya, secretary.
Mag Gilfill, member.
And Meredith Hall serving as chair. And our staff, Tim.
Tim Zerwinski, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Sorry, you were muted.
Tim Zerwinski, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Great. And Josh?
Josh Eckert, lead assistant director.
Julia?
Julia Gibbon, clerk.
Great. Thank you. So we can now move on to our discussion of next meeting dates. We have a public hearing on the Select Board's MBTA zoning article scheduled for the 26th of October. And Tim, you said that's scheduled to be in this meeting, in this room?
Yeah, so it'll be in the Blute, and we'll be arranging for overflow capacity in the kitchen conference room and then down the hall in the Baker room.
Okay.
So we'll make sure that the meeting is on the TV in there, and we may try to figure out what to do in the Baker room, either set up a laptop. People may be able to actually, give their comments from there. But we should have, we should have space. I would encourage people if they're watching tonight or if they intend, to participate in that hearing, that while there is not infinite room on the Zoom, so if 1 million people came, we wouldn't be able to accommodate them, but plenty of space in the webinar to participate remotely if you're concerned that it may be a little bit jammed up at town hall. But I think between the Zoom and between the conference room and the overflow capacity, I think we should be okay.
Do you think we should try and have it at the Council on Aging?
We've already noticed it for the Blute room, so there's no change in venue, unfortunately.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. And then we also have an MBTA community forum scheduled for November 1st, and that is
In the COA.
and that will be at the Council on Aging. Great.
Nice, smooth parking lot. It's like a dream.
Parking lot. Great. And then we will have our regularly scheduled, the first meeting that we will be having in November, which is hard to believe, will be November 10th. Is that what everyone else has?
Is that the 9th?
Friday?
Oh, I'm sorry, the 9th. I apologize, the 9th. Yes.
So I just booked every Thursday from now to eternity. So it's 19th, 26th, 2nd, 9th. Where are we at? I'm sorry.
Sorry, so 10/26,
Yeah,
11/1, and then 11/9.
11/1's a Wednesday.
Yes.
That's our public
Forum.
forum. That's not
That's
a.
forum.
Okay. So no meeting on the 2nd? Cool. No, good. That's good.
No, we don't have one currently scheduled unless we think we need one, but I think at that point, everything goes to print, so.
So one thing I'll mention, and we can talk a little bit more in detail about it later, if and when it becomes an issue, is if the board is going to be advancing its own zoning article, we'll have to have a separate public hearing on that one, and we'll need to kind of get that advertised kind of ASAP. So, that's an agenda item later on in the meeting, so we can kind of figure it out then. But we'll want to kind of map that out in terms of when that can get advertised, and when that would be held in November. So just to kind of keep that in mind. Probably not relevant for November 2nd, although it could be relevant for November 9th, or a follow-up meeting after the 9th, depending on what our schedule looks like.
That's great, Tim. Okay, thank you. And any other update, Tim, that you might have?
Again, still working a lot on MBTA communities. One thing of interest and is, I hope, positive for everybody is we had a kickoff meeting in town with our modular contractor for the animal shelter. So that project is very real. We're in the middle of finalizing a contract with Access Construction. We had our kickoff meeting to kind of talk through schedule, lines of communication, figure all that stuff out. So when we get a kind of a construction schedule a little bit more finalized, we'll be doing a little bit of a kind of a publicity roadshow around that, just so everyone knows, especially, the abutting property owners, including the golf course, understand. But I think the general kind of idea is site work and site prep in the fall and winter, foundation in the springtime, and then the modular construction really kind of moves, once they get the units on site. So we're hoping, within a year, we'll have that thing open and up and running. Very, very excited and optimistic, and we'll have more updates on that in the coming weeks and months. So stay tuned. Other than that, Josh, I don't know if you wanted to maybe give a quick update on anything that you're working on in terms of climate action. We're doing a lot of work with the landing committee. We've been working a lot on trying to figure out scopes of work for improving the seawall down at the landing, improving the boat ramp, floating dock, dredging, a lot of balls in the air down at Milton Landing. But I think we're trying to map out some budgetary and grant resources for a lot of the work that's going on down there. Again, a lot of balls in the air. Once some of them start to come down, we'll give a kind of a more formal update. But Josh, I don't know if there was anything else that you were working on that you might have wanted to update folks on.
Yeah, two quick updates. One, just in the discussion on things happening in November, I wanted to also make note of our November 6th public forum to talk about the East Milton overlay zoning effort. That'll be at the Milton Arts Center at 7 p.m. on the 6th. We yesterday went out and did some flyering throughout East Milton Square and additional flyering for your November 1st forum. So we'll see those out and about in the Fruit Center or the Art Center or Abbey Park and around town. We're also continuing our microgrid project. We worked with our consultants to submit a grant application for $300,000 from the Mass Clean Energy Center's Empower program to do the next phase of work with Winter Valley. So we haven't gotten that grant yet, but that may be the next phase of implementation on that work.
Terrific. Thank you. Okay. So if that's everything, then I think we can move on to citizen speak. And just for those on Zoom and in the public, if we are going to allow for people to speak on the agenda items, so if anyone has something to that you would like to share, we would welcome you. If it's something that is not currently on the agenda, let me know if you see any hands. Yes. This one third? Yeah, welcome.
Hi. Sure. Steve Acera, 49 Meadowview Road, Milton. I know you have MBTA communities on the agenda under old business. Just for information, I'm a person that brought the documentary evidence to the Milton Select Board at the meeting on July 25th, 2023, that established that Milton is not a rapid transit community, according to the Board of Directors of the MBTA. I know this board and the Select Board have spent enormous amount of time, probably the biggest issue both boards may have faced, I understand this board submitted a request for reclassification to Secretary Augustus in the Executive Office of Housing, Livable Communities. I believe referencing my documentary evidence in part that the MBTA Board of Directors has previously declared Milton not to be a rapid transit community. As far as I know, there's been no response to your request for reclassification or for an extension of the deadline for compliance with the guidelines for rapid transit communities, which is the end of this year. That being the case, the clock's ticking. I think the board should go into executive session either at this meeting or as soon as possible to discuss litigation strategies, in particular, an injunction to stay the deadline, the compliance deadline of the end of the year until the secretary responds to your request for reclassification and/or granting an extension. The ball has been in his court. The clock is ticking. Perhaps they're waiting for the clock to expire and the town to be forced into creating a zoning article for a rapid transit community instead of an adjacent community, which I believe Milton should be same as Watertown and Arlington. So I would like to suggest that someone make a motion for an executive session to discuss litigation strategy to go to the Norfolk Superior Court, request a temporary injunction staying the enforcement of the compliance guideline for rapid transit communities for the town of Milton, pending the secretary's response to the town's request for reclassification. And upon receipt of that response, allowing if he grants reclassification, great, we're done, everyone's happy. Town goes forward with the zoning under the adjacent community regulations. If he denies it, then the town has a window of time under Chapter 30A to file an appeal of the secretary's decision denying reclassification. And I do have case law supporting a position, case law from the Supreme Judicial Court, enumerating the factors, determining whether a delegation of legislative authority is proper, the analysis to be undertaken, the three-part analysis, and in particular, one part that would be extremely applicable to the secretary's denial of a request for reclassification. So someone wants to take it under advisement, make a motion for an executive session tonight at some point. I'd be happy to participate in that and give input. If you're prepared to do that tonight, I'm prepared to wait and participate. If you want to do it another night, that's fine also. I guess I could find out when that might be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
It's Christine Hodland. I live at 112 Maple Street, and I am here tonight. I wanted to speak in response to the meeting, October 12th planning board meeting, where 4 out of the 5 of the members showed support to submit an article to town meeting that would slightly alter our zoning, but would not meet compliance with the MBTA Communities Act. I respectfully ask that further discussion of this alternate article be stopped, and instead that the board focus on finalizing and preparing for presentation to town meeting the article that offers the full compliance to the law. Many of you, like me and many other people in this town, may not like the law, and we may not necessarily agree with it in its entirety, but your obligation as an elected official does not give you the right to ignore it. The planning board has known about the MBTA Communities Act for 2 years, and they should be focusing on leading us to a compliant and the best possible solution towards abiding by it. I've been a member in town meeting for over 20 years, and my experience with any zoning articles that come before will be particularly scrutinized. A last-minute, hastily crafted article that has not been thoroughly vetted will create many minutes, if not hours, of discussion and frustration by town meeting and would most likely be sent back without a vote. The initial reason that we're having this upcoming December meeting is so that we have time to present the zoning and comply with the December 31st deadline with this article. The warrant has already been closed, and the planning board has, in my opinion, not really provided a good reason to reopen the article, an article that does nothing to support the law. Attorney General Andrea Campbell, I'm sure you've all heard it before, has stated, communities that fail to comply with the law may be subject to civil enforcement action. MBTA communities that fail to comply also risk liability under federal and state fair housing laws. And we should all be aware that Holden already has a lawsuit against them for non-compliance. And I would hate to see our town put into that and wasting money on legal fees to try to support that. Lastly, with all due respect to the entire board, I hope that you will reconsider and honor your oath to abide by the mass laws and encourage our residents to do the same. So, thank you.
We also have hands raised, if you'd like to allow them to speak.
You know what? If this is, I'm sorry, I've let you all, the MBTA community will be coming later. We've set aside time for the Highland Street residents to speak, and we were going to allow them until 8 p.m. So if there's anyone who does not want to speak, or would like to speak on anything other than the MBTA zoning, if you could wait, and you will have time later this evening.
We still have a hand raised.
Okay. If it's on an issue other than the MBTA zoning, please, we can let you in. And other than the Highland.
Thank you. I'm a little confused about what you're saying. I've been waiting to talk on the MBTA Communities Act.
Yes.
I have another meeting starting, and I have a short statement I hope that you'll let me make.
You know what? I'm sorry. If you could submit it in writing, this is really a time that we had set aside for the 111 Highland Street, and have public be able to allow the public to speak on the item.
I respectfully wish that you had made that clear at the beginning of the meeting.
I did.
And you've let two speakers already on this issue. So
Realize what they were doing.
really appreciate your consideration and letting me complete the statement.
All right, then we will allow the Highland Street people to have some additional time. But if it can be very brief, please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jeff Wilkinson. I live at 199 Beacon Street in Milton. I've lived in town since 1988, and I'm co-founder of Affordable Inclusive Milton. The state's response to the Select Board letter about reclassification presented on September 8th by Lindsay Heffernan, Assistant General Manager for Policy and Transit Planning at the MBTA, should leave no doubt. We are a rapid transit community. We are not going to be reclassified. And I oppose the proposal to pursue litigation at unnecessary cost to us taxpayers for a clearly lost cause. The state attorney general has also made it clear noncompliance is not an option for MBTA communities. We would expose Milton to civil enforcement action for violation of state and federal housing and fair housing laws. We need to comply with the letter of the law. We need to provide for zoning for the full 2,461 units. There is no provision for compliance with the spirit of the law. Yesterday's Boston Globe story, the spotlight story inside the Gildan Gates, was an embarrassment for Milton. We need to be on the right side of history as well as the right side of the law. There are tremendous opportunities for compliance with the MBTA Communities Act, opportunities for our seniors to downsize and keep living here, opportunities for young families to settle here, including our own kids, opportunities for town employees to live where they serve, opportunities to strengthen local businesses, contribute to the region's economic strength, opportunities to preserve open space and reduce our carbon emissions, and opportunities to increase equity and diversity in town. I hope the planning board, like the last speaker, I hope the planning board will decide not to advance an alternate article. I agree the board should focus its attention on full compliance in time to pass Articles 1 and 2 on December 4th. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for allowing me to make this statement. I really appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, so now at this time, I would like to reopen the public hearing for 111 Highland Street for special permit, continued from October 12th. Okay, so, and we have some neighbors who would like to come and speak to this. We will not be hearing new information from the applicant, but just giving this time because they've been very patiently waiting through a lot of the MBTA discussion. So who would like to come forward first? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all again. My name is Bard Hyriza. I live at 11 Spafford Road. Been there about 5 years. Thank you so much for setting aside this time. We understand how important your time is and how many important issues you're dealing with. So we really, really appreciate it. And also for all the thought and care you've put to date. Sure. Thank you. I asked Tim to forward along a lengthy, somewhat lengthy report, but Josh, if you wouldn't mind bringing it up, I'd like to highlight a few slides here. I think, just as an introduction, maybe we can move along to. Let me see. Yep. We can start here. So just to kind of remind everyone, introduce what we're talking about. From our perspective, this is a major project, complicated, complex site. We've heard from the applicant; they've admitted it's very wet. Many of you have been on the site walk. You've worn your waders. You've taken steps. You've seen. It's hard to find a spot to walk where it's not wet once you leave the driveway. So everybody agrees that it's wet, it's tight. And just to compare to some of the other buildings we have in town, it's 60,000 square feet. What we're talking about is something that is 60% bigger than the Fruit Center Marketplace, 20% bigger than Avita Needham's location that they've asked us to, we've heard from the applicant and from proponents of the project that Avita Needham is a good model for us to, go look at it. This is what we're talking about. Well, that facility is 20% smaller at 49,000 square feet. We have the visuals to show you that later on in the presentation. It's also 5 times bigger than I guess it was Seasons, but now I think it's Accent Care Hospice Center on the corner of Randolph and Route 28. So this is a major building, complete with driveways and massive retaining walls, as 12 to 14 feet. So our issue is, if we can move on to the next slide, please. We've got several concerns along wetlands and hydrological impacts, on adverse traffic impacts, on safety, and on the sewer discharge. And I'll first say that we're not against memory care. We recognize the need. On a personal level, I think I've spoken before about my father who died 2 years ago after 17 years of battling Parkinson's. We were fortunate that my mom, was willing and able to take care of him at home. And, through a combination of home health services and, Medicare at the end, hospice services, we made it work. And, in the end, it is actually a lot less expensive than some of the other options out there. And, every family has a different decision to make. But for a lot of families, a lot of people sitting behind me who've been affected as well by Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and other things, the option for paying, $11,000 to $13,000 a month per room, as the posted prices are on Evita Needham's website, starting prices, not including transportation package, certain meal plan package, those costs are prohibitive for the average citizen. And so the need that exists is going to continue to be met by things like home health care. And so I just, wanted to make that comment that we have to keep in mind here that this is a for-profit business, and the cost of the availability and the access here is limited to very wealthy people. That so like to make that statement now. What do we know now versus what we knew when we first found out about this project? So my family, we found about this potential project on July 6, 2021. We got a mailer that day saying, come to a meeting happening that day about the project. A few of my neighbors behind us found out about it through Facebook. So then we started attending zoning meetings. We raised some concerns there. We were told, this is just zoning. Don't worry about it. This is just zoning. You'll have plenty of time later on. So here we are. We have our time later on, and we learned that the zoning is actually really important. And this is what you're going to be comparing everything against. So there's that. Well, then it went before town meeting. There was some good debate before town meeting, and in our opinion, we feel that the impacts of the project have been understated, and that the town was misled. And I know, and I agree with Ned that when he made his presentation there, he didn't give any numbers about traffic. No, not casting any aspersions there, but really where more of it comes down to is, we tried to do an analysis of look, the applicant has said we need between 50 and 100 employees. This is the size facility. You do some of the numbers, and you very quickly, we got to at least 150 new vehicle trips a day. And we said, what roads are they going to take? Are they going to go down our narrow little street, which is actually narrower on Spafford than the driveway they would have to enter the facility? And what we heard at town meeting from hospital-affiliated town meeting members, from a select board chair, was that your numbers are just way off. They're greatly exaggerated. You don't know memory care. A neighborhood of 3 houses would be more traffic because of rush hour than this. Statements that were just not accurate, it turns out. And the debate among some of the town meeting members was, why is it that we always have this gun to our head that it's either 40B or this? And we know from one of the developers who put a bid on it, a local developer actually put in a bid for 3 single family houses. That was not selected. Obviously, it's it's Beth Israel Deaconess and Milton Hospital's prerogative to choose the bid that they want. But this is a remind everyone, a private land deal that is contingent. It can't happen unless public officials change all the rules. So if they're asking us to change all the rules, but then they're telling us, oh, well, we chose the lowest impact option. That's not true. The lowest impact option was single family. It's been residential zoning for however long, decades or more. That was the lowest impact option. That's not been chosen. Here we are. And so we're still trying to get a fair accounting of all these impacts. Then we find out, okay, so it passes the town meeting by 16 votes. And several people spoke up saying, I believe in the special permit process. I believe in a rigorous process. And if we find out that during that process things come to light, I hope we have the courage to vote this down. And so that's, I think, what we're hoping, and that now some of the new information we have, for example, on traffic, when we get the applicant's traffic study in December 2022, I believe, their estimate for traffic, net new traffic, was 182 vehicle trips a day. So more than our initial 150 that hospital-affiliated members who spoke, tried to discredit us on. But what's not actually 182 vehicle trips. The applicant's traffic engineer went out and actually measured real data from the Newburyport facility, which has 70 units and 78 beds, I believe, exactly the same as what is proposed here. And they measured 288 vehicle trips per weekday, or something in the order of 2,000 per week. So almost double what we were worried about. And later in this presentation, I don't want to take up all the time, but please take a look. we explain why we're so concerned about traffic and why we know, based on the traffic apps from almost any direction, the way to go, the only way to go, is Spafford Road for most of the traffic. And, employment contracts probably aren't even legal. You can't prevent an employee from using a public road if that's the fastest way for them to get to work. If you were to try to penalize an employee for using a public road to get to work, I'm pretty sure, in my time running, a few different businesses as part of the management team and dealing with, being named in a lawsuit and having to go before employment lawyers, I'm pretty sure that's not going to hold up. Not very difficult to enforce. You can't enforce it with visitors. You can try with deliveries, but everyone's going to take the fastest route and follow the apps. So we explain that. That's an example on traffic. And then on hydrology, quite frankly, with all due respect to the Conservation Commission, they have not done their due diligence. And so that's where I'd like to focus. But first on the next slide, we could please move to the next slide. We've also heard about how the town's master plan, asks Milton Hospital and Beth Israel to look into developing this site for medical use. Now, certainly, if we went back, we read that master plan, and there's lots of things in there, which many of them sound great. Preserving the small town feel of Milton is one of the guidelines in the master plan. A call for parks and coffee shops in this area where we are around Town Hall, where we're only a few blocks away there on Spafford, is also in the master plan. So, what's clear is that, like anything, who is the town? The town is the collection of people who are involved in the committees and the boards and who have ideas, and there's going to be opposing views. Everyone's going to want to get their idea in there. And so there's a balance. As far as I know, the only one of those things that's really actively being pursued is this memory care facility. And I didn't see memory care in there. Maybe I missed it. But anyway, certainly the families, like my family who bought 5 years ago, end of 2017, beginning of 2018, some of the people behind me who've moved into the neighborhood, we were not part of that process. And I think it's fair to say that, Milton Hospital's interests have been well represented in town and that they had some input into that as well. So, for us, again, it's not, it's a bit circular logic to say, oh, well, look, it's in the town master plan, so it's a call to action. But who wrote the master plan and so forth. And if it's if the cost benefit is so positive, then why do we have to continue to minimize the impacts when it turns out the impacts are a lot worse than we feared? And so, then, if I could, just a few more minutes. The next few slides we focus on hydrology.
Can I just
sure
once because I was on the master plan committee some 10 years ago. I just want, since you weren't here then, and the residents here weren't then, I can tell you that the hospital didn't have any special treatment in that process, so rest assured.
Okay.
And the other thing is, it was a long process, several years process with many public forums, and there was a lot of input. It's a 3-volume document if you've delved into all of it. I chair the implementation committee, and I have for like 7 or 8 years. And we have talked about this area too, but everything is incremental, especially in with public process and the limitations of how much staff and how many committees we have, et cetera. So I just want to make sure, I wanted to address that there was no special provision of anyone at the time. There was discussion. There was a whole section on health and wellness, and there was a discussion about what could be done with that. And I have to say, there's probably less steps taken under that category than some of the others. But I just wanted to make sure that you were well aware the hospital had no special treatment.
Thank you. Yeah, and
just as a
I also
follow-up.
want to apologize if I implied anything. So I have a lot of respect for the process.
So I took part in the master plan process as well. It was started sort of my foray into public engagement. I sort of felt the master plan, and no disrespect to anybody because I was part of it as well. I do feel like there was a small group of residents who did steer the master plan. And one of the things that was highly talked about was the master plan should not sit on a shelf and should not collect dust. and that if need be in the future, if the master plan needs to be changed, we should change it. So just because it's written in the master plan, I don't think it's relevant. Not all parts of it are still relevant because things do change.
I would just
Right,
make.
you know what, I don't want to get into
I know,
Just one other
but,
comment?
yep,
Yeah,
yep.
we're getting
I
on
was
to a
just
whole
following
different
up, yeah.
topic, so, but
Just in terms of process with the master
Yeah.
plan, it was something that was a process led by the planning board and was endorsed by the planning board and adopted by the planning board. So that's all.
thank you. All right.
Thank
So
you.
Bart, please.
Yep, and I'll be
Yes,
brief in the
okay,
rest, just a
because I
few
want
slides.
to make sure Minette gets to time to. Was that?
Yeah, so on hydrology, I think you've heard, you've walked the site, all of us in the neighborhood, we have a map here showing all the houses with various complicated systems for waterproofing. It's very wet up here, and what I've shown here is one of the visuals that is striking to me, and it kind of shows you, this is an earlier one. Since then, we've kind of expanded the footprint a little bit with the driveways because it was too narrow due to safety. But you can see here, we've got, the green here is the wetland, the red is the 25-foot non-disturbance, and the yellow here, I believe, is the 100-foot. And so, from looking at a lot of projects across the state, it is a bit unusual to see this much building envelope within the 100-foot buffer. And it's certainly, as we know, a violation of Milton's bylaw to be in the 25-foot non-disturb, which they are. And they're again asking us for, to allow them to look the other way as they violate our bylaw. But really what I want to talk about is these houses here, the Irwins, the O'Briens, the Fioravantis, 42 Spafford, I think it's 138 Highland Street here. Conservation Commission basically said, so if we go to the next slide, please. So what we're talking about again is, they're looking to make 2 acres of land impermeable to build this between driveways and building. 2 acres, cutting down over 300 trees. And this site, there's upland, and I'll show up here, but it goes downhill to the north and it goes downhill this way as well. It does go, and I think Ned pointed this out in one of the meetings, it does go up slightly under Spafford a few feet. But what that means is when it rains, water runs off from this side, water runs off from this side, and water runs off from this side. Part of the reason you have a wetland here is because it's wet most of the year. Water collects there. These houses are pumping water every day. Some pumps are running sometimes every minute because there's no place for them to put the water. And what we're talking about is increasing the recharge into the ground, a mere 40 feet from their houses, by 800%, 8 times more recharge going into the ground, which, as we heard from Scott Horsley, our hydrologist, that, we're talking about potentially permanently raising the water table. So if we could look at the next slide, please. So just to kind of illustrate, what we heard from the chair of the Conservation Commission was, we don't need to wait for Mr. Horsley's analysis. We don't need to do a mounting analysis. We have the letter from Tetra Tech, which basically says, and this was in August, I believe August 8th, that there's 2 different watersheds here, which is against stormwater, not groundwater. Water flows downhill, and we have this letter from Tetra Tech, which, if you read it, says, we acknowledge there'll be hydrological changes, but we don't believe there'll be more than 15 feet of mounding, and Scott Horsley has not provided any data to say otherwise. Well, that's because it hasn't been finished yet, and we asked for another meeting. They didn't allow another meeting. The chairman said, well, another meeting will just mean more back and forth, and I think we know what we need. Literal quote, at the risk of oversimplifying, water flows downhill. And yet, if the 3 houses that I'm talking about in particular, if you go here and you look, so this is from our Milton GIS, and you have contour lines for elevation. So if you can see here, there's a 120-foot contour line, and it's running all along the edge of the wetland up on Highland Street. It's 120 feet here, it's 120 feet here, it's 120 feet there. Here's a visual of that span. That's flat. So this is why they have so much water, is because, yeah, there's a hill, but it doesn't start to really get down 110 feet for a while. So on the heavy, heavy rains, the water will move. But for most regular rainfall, the water just goes into the ground and then the wetland just goes up. And there's nowhere for these people to put their water to keep it away from their basements. Again, it's just such a huge oversimplification to just lay your hat on, at the risk of oversimplifying, water flows downhill. Sure, but for much of the year, that's why it's defined and recognized by the state as a wetland. There's standing water in this area. And if we go to the next slide, please. Thank you, Josh. Just to like zoom out on that view, and again, what the Conservation Commission is basically saying, well, there's two different watersheds. There's one that goes this way, and there's one that goes this way, and they're separate. So you guys on Spafford, you've got nothing to worry about because your storm water is going this way, and their storm water is going that way. Well, let's look at the contour lines. Do they look straight? They go in all different directions. Up here so down here, you've got, when you come up on Highland here, what Fletcher Steel, that looks like there, and then you have Indian Cliffs over here. So you've got, 180 feet, 170, 160. This is the highest point. But then it goes pretty sharply down towards Clifton. It goes pretty sharply down towards Spafford. It goes sharply down towards Wendell Park. And you can see like this blue arrow for directions, they're not going, very nice and neatly. Yes, the flow of the intermittent streams takes it along Highland, but the rainwater from Spafford, as I said, for these few houses here, some of it comes this way as well because of that slope. And if you look at this, it actually makes sense. On the next one, I'll show you the houses that have the water issues are the ones either closest to the wetland or the ones just on either side of where things start to go downhill. But really, the point of this is to say, this is really complex. And, we enlisted Scott Horsley, and the applicant actually had, Paul Avery, Oak Group Consulting, and they came up with similar results to suggest there's some mounding issues here. And beyond that, there's a permanent water table issue here as a result of making 2 acres of land impermeable and increasing the groundwater recharge by 800%. There's going to be no place for the water to go for these people, especially the ones who live right along the wetland, a mere 40 feet away. So if we could please just go to the next slide, and I promise I'm almost done. So this is now just a map of the houses. So now I'll show you these, and this is just our street. We have neighbors that would like to speak, I don't know tonight, but at one of the next meetings, who live on Wendell Park, who have similar issues with water. But the houses that have it the worst are the ones right here on the front line, where the pumps are running constantly. A couple of the houses, people just moved in, we haven't had a chance to talk to. A couple of the houses, number 17, there were some serious issues that someone else will speak to due to the hospital expansion in the 1980s, the medical facility, and what happened to their property. So this isn't hypothetical. This has happened before. When you pave over large areas, water does funny things. It's one of the things my dad taught me is it's the most destructive force in nature. It's very difficult to predict what happens to groundwater, and that just has not been studied. I think, let me just jump to the next slide, please.
Or can I just ask you a question on that slide?
Sure.
On the sump pumps, where does that water go when it's pumped up?
For most of us, the way that like our system in my house here at number 11, it goes, they dug a trench and they dug it diagonally. So you're not allowed to tie into the sewer. You're not allowed to tie into the storm drain. So it has to go into the ground away from, you can't send it towards your neighbor's foundation. You have to send it towards a point where it will go downhill and it's far away. So that's what ours is. But it's funny you ask, Cheryl, because we did, one of our neighbors at number 21 was doing some research on number 17 because that property, the Hill family, anyway, that probably may be for sale at some point. But they found an old permit from the 1940s where they got a permit to actually tie in their drainage basin into the sewer. So, and there was reference there from 1942 as a result of the building of Milton Hospital. So the point of that is there were water issues there have been water issues going back for a long, long time, only made worse by more paving over. But yeah, I mean, you're limited though. Like you're stuck. If you're the O'Briens, like you can't pump it this way, so you can't. You have to just kind of pump it where it will go away. So everybody's kind of moving water. And it's possible that they're going to need pumps as well for their foundation. I think moving surface water, away from their foundation for waterproofing. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I just, it might be useful to try and map all of your pipes just to see where everybody's putting the water, just to understand it.
Yeah, and
Just a comment.
This is one of the things Scott Horsley asked us for, and so I sent this to him, and he's studying it. So
Okay.
we'll have more hopefully. But Jen, just the point, just one more slide, and I'll yield. This is an example of one of the systems that we have. It's great. Smartphone app tells you how many cycles your sump pumps are running, how many gallons of water they're moving. If you're away for the weekend, it's good peace of mind. Battery backup system. Many of us have spent, so this system I think costs about $10,000 with 2 pumps and battery backups. But basically, the more it rains, the more cycles you get. So I think they rated this for each pump 1 million cycles. Average doing like a couple 100,000, 150,000 cycles a year. So maybe 7 years the pump will last. But now if the water, that's with current water table. So my house, for example, basement's probably about 6 feet below grade. So even in this summer, the pumps ran all summer. Some summers, like 2021 was the driest on record for like 50 years. They didn't run. But the guy who did this basically said, look, your water table is probably 3 feet. Your static water table, your foundation is 6 feet. So there's water all around all around. So what happens if this project raises the water table, particularly for those neighbors who are right there, is that these pumps now have to run a lot harder. They have to run more frequently. They use more electricity. They have to be replaced instead of 7 years. They have to be replaced in 3 years. Maybe Teresa's going to need another pump because during certain severe events, they get overwhelmed now because the water table is just too high. So these are real costs and real burdens that are being asked to be put on us. So I think it's only fair that we try to get a better understanding of what it's going to mean for us, because this is permanent 100-year change. And if we could just fast forward, and I know I said I would yield more time, Josh, to the section on the Avita Needham facility, because I know Mandy's going to talk about traffic. Thank you. A couple more slides. But here, if we pause here, so like I said, let's look at this as an example, and we've heard, and I don't question that, the good neighbors once they're in and they help contribute to the community, but we have just a very fundamentally different site here. And, when this was built, this private road for townhomes was not there. That was built in 2014. But when this was built, they're over 200 feet from the road, maybe 200 feet from the road. So we heard about how great it is that they're set back. We have half that distance here. Like I said, it's only 49,000 square feet. What they want to build here is 60,000 square feet. Greendale Ave, which it's on, it's one quick little turn off. You merge right and you're right there. You don't have to drive through. It's a wide road with shoulders on both sides. You don't have to drive through narrow side streets. It's not buried. So it's just and there's no wetlands. Crucially, there's no wetlands anywhere. So there is a precedent for a smaller facility, which they've operated for over 10 years, that would be a much more responsible usage of the land we're talking about, rather than maximizing every single possible inch and actually crossing the line such that they violate the 25-foot non-disturbance, which is kind of a bare minimum these days. If you look at towns like Beverly, Concord, we have a list of them. They're all moving to 50-foot non-disturbance because they're recognizing the importance of respecting the wetlands. So there's that, and then on the next slide, if you wouldn't mind, Josh. So this is just the proof of keeping me honest here. This is town of Needham, 49,172 square feet, and this is on Redfin. In terms of compromise, in terms of working together, there've been a couple of asks. Clearly, we don't think that they should build the same size facility as Newburyport, where they have none of these constraints that they have here, or not as many of these constraints as they have here. We don't think they should be building as big as they have, because they have a Needham facility that is 20% smaller. And if we go into the next slide, please, we've had discussion about size of trucks and access, and part of the reason they're violating the 25-foot bylaw and non-disturbance is because they didn't have a wide enough road for a fire truck to get in without doing a 3-point turn. And so they, in order to accommodate that, rather than shrink it, they've, encroached on the wetlands even more, violating that bylaw, as I said. They've also said, well, we only need to test the swept path analysis for a 50, or I think it was a 40-something foot WB Mason truck and a 53-foot fire truck, because those are the only trucks we're going to use. Well, Vita Needham, this is a Google Maps aerial satellite photo. This is a tractor trailer, a semi truck, 18-wheeler. Those are 70 feet when you factor the cab and the trailer. And one of the other asks that, I don't want to steal any Teresa's thunder, but, her house is right there where the plan, facing this facility, where they're planning to have their loading dock facing Highland Street. 100 feet, my driveway is 100 feet from my neighbor Dan O'Neill's driveway. We can talk to each other at 100 feet, right? So if you've got a loading dock 100 feet, 125 feet from your house, you're hearing beeping, you're hearing idling, you're hearing all day. So what did Teresa ask? She said, it would be really nice early on if you guys could consider moving that loading dock to the back of the building so I didn't have to hear that all week. Here we are. So we see in Needham, the loading docks in the back. Yes, they're having 70-foot tractor trailer trucks. And also look at their access. If you compare to what we have, what they're proposing here, where it's basically only up in this region, they go 3/4, maybe 75% of the way around of driveway. Stonehill at Andover. Sorry.
Where's the entrance?
The entrance
is that cul-de-sac right there?
It's here, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure. And this is Stonehill at Andover. It's one of Northbridge's 19 facilities. It's not technically memory care, I don't believe, but just as another example, there's a semi-tractor trailer truck caught in this Google images. So, both satellite photos are showing large trucks delivering at the same time. What are the odds? And here they actually have a really nice access all the way around. Again, you can't, what we have here is because they're trying to build their building so big, they can't do these things. And, across 19 facilities, if you add up all the units and you look at some of their published rates, it's very easy to arrive at an estimate of about a $200 million run rate revenue company that, again, they want to come to our community and they want to be good neighbors, but they're not considering the sensitivities of the site. They're not considering the requests of the neighbors, which we feel are legitimate. So, I'll stop. If there are any more questions, I'd love to walk you through the traffic and why our street will be the street that's used based on traffic pattern. But I also want to be respectful of time for other people. So I'll stop there.
And there will be time to speak on when we get to the traffic.
Thank you.
And do you think, because we'll probably need to wrap up by 8:30, you won't, do you know how long your presentation would be?
5 of 8.
It will not exceed that amount of time. It might be 15 minutes at the most.
Okay, great.
Thank you for sending it in advance.
You're welcome. I tried to meet the Friday deadline.
Yeah.
They said to me, no, that's really for people more important with real legal documents. But I thought my photos were worthy of a week review. So my name is Minette Donovan. Also known as Mandy, as some of my neighbors said. I want to thank you for letting us speak. I know you have a tremendous amount on your plate here. And I know you all, 16 Spafford Road. I live there with my husband, Frank, who's here tonight, 2 college-age children. I lived in Milton for much of my childhood. We moved back here to raise our children here when they were newborns and really love the town. So thank you for all you do for it. I have some comments tonight on impact comments for the neighborhood of this development. And really, I want to say right out of the gate, this is not anti-memory care. I hope that's really clear to everyone. Very few people of our age are not impacted personally by needing support for family members at this age. So this is not an anti-memory care argument, and I just want to make it clear that that should not be the narrative. all of us want the elderly and disabled in our community to have places to go. I will say this is at the higher end of the cost spectrum. I've seen project-based vouchers that housing authorities can provide, and they can be utilized at sites with assisted living where the insurance pays and the family pays a lower amount of money, which is more affordable for people. And that's not what we are discussing here. It's a for-profit entity. So this business entity, the people that are paying the price for it, frankly, are our families on Spafford Road and the people that are tuned in by Zoom. Some new neighbors have limited awareness of this, and it's eye-opening for them to see what's going on now. So to recap, if you could go to the first slide, the existing points about Spafford and Highland Road. Spafford Road's a very narrow road. It's about 20 feet wide. No sidewalks, highly populated with young families. We are overwhelmed with the current traffic volumes and can't withstand any additional traffic burdens. Bart already mentioned 288 vehicles trips per day there. So 2,000 a week. We just cannot handle that on Spafford Road. Next slide, please. So currently, our street is unsafe. We've had a traffic study associated with this project. It's my understanding that the months were January and July. No one's in Milton in July, if you can help it, right? And in January, it's not particularly a great month to do one either. A lot of this traffic has to deal with Milton High School, spring sports, et cetera. So we do think much more analysis would need to occur with the traffic. And the other traffic issue is we can't look at this development in a vacuum. So we've got something being built at Winter Valley right behind this development. And this is in the context of water also, right behind it. And then we have a big project at the high school that's right off of Canton Ave as well. And then the potential 40B off of Canton Ave. So really, we need to take a breath here and look at these things all together. And again, as I said, this is a for-profit entity that we're talking about here. It is not people waiting in line for low-income housing. So we should follow the rules because the people that are left to pay the price are us. So Spafford Road is not designed to handle the current traffic volume. This is a picture, the houses there, the Historical Commission, there's records on our street. A lot of the houses are old. That's the McFadden house right there, and mine is one up behind it. Late 1800s. And a lot of the streets on the houses on the street are very, very old. And so that's why the street is narrow like that. Next slide, please. So this is what it looks like today. Cars moving up and down any given morning. Next slide, please. As you can see, the larger trucks don't leave much room for pedestrians at all. No sidewalks, Lojo on that side in the picture. Next slide, please. Our street, we have over 20 minors on Spafford Road, and it's not that long. 2 newborns and 2 toddlers. So it's really important that we keep this road safe. No space for a baby carriage or a dog. You jump on someone's lawn if there is two-way traffic on the street, and it's not uncommon to have two-way traffic. This next slide, please, is a walking route when you go by Highland for the middle school, high school for children on the latter streets, Clifton, Buckingham, Spafford, and Martin Road. And then there's another one off of Clifton, Wildwood. So there's many children walking along these streets that we're going to show you today. Milton's master plan, among some of other things we wanted, is we want to make biking and walking safer. So next slide, please. One of the narrowest roads in town has been turned into a thoroughfare. It's inadequate for two-way traffic. Next slide, please. And I'd encourage you to look at them later, but I'm going to move quickly. There you can see, if you can go back one. That's school bus, cars going both way. It is packed on Spafford Road right now before we add in anything else. Next slide, please. Again, we see close proximity to pedestrians. Next slide, please. I was, when my children went to Cunningham School, we couldn't get a bus to come on our street. We had to walk over to Spafford Road. We were told that it is too steep of a hill and there are no sidewalks and it is not safe. And that's why we were told to go over to Buckingham. I had a neighbor who had a major issue with the traffic. Her dog finally, his paw got hit and she moved. We have been before the traffic commission, the town, relating to this in 2012, I think that was. Next slide, please. So that wasn't actually Spafford on that slide. It has a sidewalk. Again, we don't have one. This is what Spafford looks like in the winter. You can see there why a school bus, it would not be safe. Next slide, please. As it was indicated by Bard, the GPS takes people up and down this street. And as the pictures that you're going to see are going to show, people don't want to wait at the stop signs at the top. They don't want to hit the light at the hospital or at Canton Ave. They're going to go up Spafford Road. We have been working since this process started with memory care with the hospital. It's been coming up as an issue and have pleaded with them to please, think of the safety of our children. And it just has a promise that they can't deliver on because you can't really control where your employees are driving. It's not enforceable. And it just goes on daily. So we know that the traffic to this facility, unless you put up a wall, is gonna come up Spafford Road. And we're at peak time of enforcement now. Next slide, please. This is just some examples of ambulances going down Spafford Road, a ride at the bottom. Next slide, please. Little mini bus there. Next slide, please. Food delivery service. Next slide, please. Shows you, this is a truck going up Spafford Road. So we're gonna bring in 3,000, I forget how many tons of fill there and all of these trucks coming. They're not safe for our kids. Our road users are supposed to have protected access under Massachusetts law, and in reality, we do not. So here we have a neighbor walking her young child, and that's what it can look like. And again, this is contrary to the master plan goal of making biking safer and walking safer for our families. So if you go to the next slide, this is what kind of the end results that we got after all of our complaining was, if you park on the street, the cars are gonna have to jet around you, right? So that's my husband's side view mirror getting clipped from that. And it's really not that safe to do that either, because then sometimes they can't see the kids coming out. So it's really, there's a better answer than that. And certainly we can't add to this traffic. Part 2 of the traffic concerns have to do with this new, so that's the existing situation. Now we're gonna add on, as we walk down, go up to the top of the street and take a right, on Highland, we're gonna add trucks for construction, tree removal, for fill, and then indefinitely for all the services needed at this facility. And Highland Road is not cut out for that. These are the type of trucks we expect to see. Crown delivery. I don't think they're doing all their laundry there. Next slide is one, literally, Teresa can testify to this, air gas coming by up Spafford Road. Next slide, please. Another one we commonly see related to oxygen. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So these are all of the type of things. Now we're asking these trucks to come on to Highland Street. It's a scenic road. We only have 20 scenic roads in Milton, one of which is Highland Street. Special consideration is given. I don't know how long it's been a scenic road, or if any of you have been involved when it was voted. You've been involved in this a long time, when it was voted to make Highland St.
That was
Road.
before my time, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, long history of it being a scenic road.
Canton Ave is a scenic road too, by the way.
Okay, so, and it is a beautiful, Canton Ave's a beautiful road. So we want to preserve these roads. And that's why there's a special law about making something a scenic road. And that's why, if you go to the next slide, even our own bylaws or regulations state that we need to take special things into consideration when we're going to build on a scenic road. We need to look at environmental values, wetlands, historical values, big structure right on the road there, 5 times the size of the one that's on the corner of Randolph Ave and Reedsdale now, the hospice center. It doesn't go. Scenically and aesthetically, what they have lined up now. And the public safety, as I've stated, is a big issue. Next slide, please. This is what it looks like now. This beautiful scenic road. If you go back one, there we have a biker. No sidewalk again, not particularly safe, but we're gonna add trucks to this. And we're gonna cut down 300 of those trees. It's not right. So, I want you to think about these trucks turning in and out of this facility now. If you could go to the next slide, please. Highland Street's a narrow scenic road. Heavy traffic does exist now. I have some photographs of that. You may have experienced it. The width will not, it's not the width of the front entrance to the hospital. You don't have room for these big trucks safely to go in there. The hospital has Reedsdale Road, which is a 4-lane road. If you go to the next slide, you will see what Reedsdale Road looks like. 4 lanes, but then we've got the nice shoulder here on both sides. I do this block every day. Big grassy strip on either side, big sidewalk. So we've got that as an entrance to the hospital for all these trucks. Seems pretty reasonable to me. The next slide, please. This is what we've got for our access here. You see the school bus.
Minette, when you get up, you might grab that
your
microphone with you.
Oh.
Yeah, just so people can hear you.
you.
Yeah.
So when you go on to, thank you. When you go onto the top of Stafford here and look, this is where you've got these big trucks turning in. So the entrance is right here, sort of about where the end of that school bus is. I don't know how they're going to make the turn around here and around here. Keeping in mind, this is a place where a lot of children walk. Never mind our street without the sidewalks. It's this project in this spot is a square peg in a round hole. It's not the project that is the problem. It doesn't fit here. There are other places it would fit. Maybe something smaller would fit, but as it sits now, and it's not right to put it on the shoulders of the families that live on Spafford Road. And there are things in our plan that are consistent with what we're saying, which is it's not right for this spot. It's unsafe. Next slide, please. So potentially we could get an assurance that big trucks aren't going to come here. Well, I've heard that, but the pictures state otherwise. So here we have Avita. Our facility is going to be 20% larger than this. And we see a big tractor trailer in there. Now, everyone that works in the industry knows you can't control who drops off your packages and your items. If it's going to be cheaper for them to put a bunch of things on a larger truck and hit more spots, they're going to do that. And that's why you see these big trucks. So we have no choice but to allow these large trucks. Next slide, please. That was Avita of Needham. This is Stonehill at Andover again. They're going to come. And so these are the trucks that we are inviting onto our scenic road. I don't know how they're going to fit in there. I don't know how they're going to fit down the road. You go to the next slide. potentially up to 80,000 pounds these trucks can be. It's not a fit for this neighborhood. Next slide, please. This is a, not particularly huge truck leaving Spafford Road. Look at how it has to turn there. It doesn't fit. So if you go to the next slide, now envision these trucks combined with this traffic we have now. It backs up daily on either side of the road, depending on the time of day. I take my phone when I walk the dog some of the time, and I randomly say, oh, I'm gonna get this picture so that I can share it. So they're not all the same time of day, they're not all the same date, they're different periods of time. You'll see some the leaves are green, some it's the winters. So here we have cars lined up in front of where the memory care center will be. These deliveries will be coming in the 288 trips a day. Next slide. Here's Highland at the corner of, okay, it's not uncommon to have multiple signs. And as I said, you can see that's a completely different time of year and day by the slideshow there, the trees. Okay, so then they shoot down Stafford offer. Next slide, please. Another time of day, another group of cars there. Next slide, please. More of the same. I think you get my point. Next slide. And that's where the memory care center is going to be going in, where the arrow is. Next slide, please. Pretty stone walls on our scenic road that is completely backed up. And this is the back entrance to Milton Hospital here. Next slide, please. More information as to the traffic situation. We've all been caught in these lanes, right? Okay, so Bard, I don't need to state this, get into it. Town meeting, I don't believe all the meeting members knew what they were voting for in terms of traffic. And I think if you brought it back, that would be fair. And I just would like to state that for the record. It's 150 cars was considered grossly exaggerated. And now we're at double that. So next, the water issues. And Bard, or the science end of thing, I'm just pleading you and telling you our expert disagrees with your opinion and says that they are not convinced. It sounds like the opinions are similar, but there's potential for water issues, as Bard pointed out. So I would implore you not to rush through this and have us be provided with the opportunity to demonstrate why this is not acceptable. And it's expensive for us to do this, but it is so important for us that you understand how greatly we're impacted. If you ever walk through our neighborhood, you'll see all the Halloween decorations, all the sweat equity individually in our own properties. It's a great neighborhood, and we care so much about it. And so we just would ask that you please allow our expert to be heard, as unfortunately the Conservation Commission did not feel necessary. Next slide, please. Okay. 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 We're almost to the end.
Okay.
Water and tree removal. Northbridge intends to remove over 300 trees. Phase 2, master plan goals and objectives. Preserve and enhance the individual character of each of Milton's neighborhoods, including the natural and historic features of each. Okay, so this is in some ways not compliant with our master plan. Next slide, please. This is what we see now. Next slide. Removal of 300 trees. Most floods are caused by man, not weather. Deforestation, levee construction, erosion, overgrazing. So we really need to think, common sense tells us if we're gonna take down 300 trees, make 2 acres impermeable surface, at the top of our hill, when we're maxed out, there's a good chance we're going to have a problem. And who are we going to be looking to then? Because our issues can't get resolved now. I mean, are you going to put millions in an escrow account to see what happens with the money and we can all draw from that pool? Unless we are sure that's not going to happen, I don't see how it would be fair otherwise. This is one of the oldest streets in Milton. Next slide. The houses were built in the late 1800s. We can't withstand this additional stress in our neighborhood. We all know what happened in Leominster. Next slide. We cannot handle the additional burden. There's a lot of fill going in, impermeable surface. Next slide. So the next slides are going to show you what our street looks like now, and I'm going to conclude with this. You can see this big dirt paths with water running down them. Multiple people have stones on the edge of their lawn. There's something going on with water in our neighborhood. Next slide. That's if you go the beginning of Spafford, there are these trenches on either side of the road. The pictures don't lie in terms of the traffic, the water. And that's why I feel it's so important that I share them with you. You're welcome to walk up and down our street too. It's one of the steepest in Milton. People in great shape come walking around our neighborhood. Next. And I do understand that the dig for the basis of the study was in 2022, which was one of the driest seasons. And so that should not be used as the basis for the calculations. So thank you for listening to our concerns this evening. I would like to say for the record, Katie Spinello could not be here. She emailed you all a letter and some photographs that show additional evidence of water issues. And there's a history behind that she's familiar with. So she didn't know, we had minimal notice of speaking, but I know that she would be happy
We did
to
receive
follow
that
up.
letter, yes.
Okay, and if
Great.
there are questions about it, she'd be happy
Great.
to follow up. So thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you, Minette.
And I appreciate your work.
Great.
Thanks.
Meredith?
Thank you. Yes.
I think Minette referenced our stormwater. I think it's our peer review engineer that you were probably referencing. And I just wanted to ask Tim and Josh if we had asked last week if the Sean Reardon, our peer review engineer, Paul, I'm forgetting his last name, the applicant's engineer, and Scott Horsley get together. Do you know if it's been scheduled? Okay, great. So we've asked them to get together. So it's scheduled next Tuesday. So hopefully we'll hear some. I don't know if they'll have anything by next Thursday, but
Yes.
I just want to make sure people know that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Yep. Great. Welcome.
Hello,
Hi there.
I'm Teresa O'Brien at Felicia Spafford. So I just want to point out again, everyone's talked about how it's a scenic road. When you walk down Highland, you look at the beautiful houses. The closest thing to the street is the loading dock. And in the zoning, they just talked about it as a driveway. So you didn't realize a loading dock was going. So they're not giving us the pretty entrance. They're giving us a loading dock with the dumpsters, the generator, and the transformer. So, and instead of, I've asked numerous times if this could go somewhere else, but now it's even bigger because they couldn't fit two trucks. Now they want to fit two trucks instead of one. So the loading dock's even wider. So again, just like when you walk down Highland and you're like, oh, that's so pretty. Now you're saying, oh, that's a pretty loading dock. You can't see the entrance, but you're going to see the loading dock. My other thought is, how would all the town meeting members vote if they realized it was for profit? It's a nursing and memory center. The cheapest rooms in Needham is $110,000 a year, and the most expensive right now is $170,000. Most people can't afford that. Like, I took care of both my parents. My mother had Alzheimer's, but we took care of her at home because we couldn't afford $100,000 a year. A lot of families can't. So that's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Great.
We also have Nadine Hanna on the Zoom, who's had her hand raised for a while.
Okay. All right. Why don't we do it, and then we'll go to Nadine, and then we'll
Okay, sure.
conclude.
I'll just read what I wrote instead of just rambling on here.
State your name and address.
Yes, Antonina Wells, 179 Highland Street. Thank you all for your time and consideration and providing me with the opportunity to speak on behalf of myself and my family. My parents lived at 179 Highland Street for more than 40 years, and I was raised on Highland Street. I have seen families come and go, landscapes change, and the street morph into a quasi-highway. My mom, Ella, was a fierce advocate for Highland Street safety and conservation. She aided the implementation of stop signs, secured deeded conservation land at Winter Valley, and had opposed this project since day one. She often encouraged her neighbors to speak about causes that matter to them. I'm here to speak on her behalf as well. The neighbors who come to every meeting and speak respectfully in opposition to the proposed development have always come with flashlights, not pitchforks. Flashlights to illuminate concerns and to raise awareness about serious issues. Personally financing lawyers and specialists, it has taken significant time out of people's personal lives. In these sorts of projects, the common response is that neighbors are NIMBYs, or people who do not want this in their backyard. Well, I already have a senior living facility in my backyard, so that is not the issue. My concern does not lie with generalized development or with memory care clinics, but with the proposed size and the devastating real impact it will have on the area. Neighbors have never negated the potential need for a memory care clinic. We have always stated it is not right for the site. My goal is to share my perspective and to illuminate a small portion of the concerns that I and many others have. A ship with holes does not get sent out to sea. Neighbors, residents, and established taxpayers of Milton, the people who are most impacted, should be the most considered. First, I'd like to address the concern of maintaining Highland Street and surrounding streets as historical and scenic. Maintaining the integrity and historical nature of these streets and homes is not in line with constructing a 60,000 square foot facility. While the facility may be set back from the street, it is still going to be exposed between the months of November to April, even with the proposed vegetation and landscaping. I and many neighbors will be able to see this facility from our homes and streets. Comparisons have been made to the facility in Newburyport because of its similar bed size. I've personally driven by the facility in Newburyport many times. While the facility boasts an architecturally aesthetic design made to blend in with Newburyport, it is not surrounded by $1 million homes. It is within a medical complex with other medical offices and a hospital. The case is similar in Needham. The facility is not in anyone's backyard, and it abuts Cutler Park State Reservation. My grievance is not with any aesthetic design of any proposed building or landscape plan, but the insurmountable impact it will have on Highland Street neighborhood's precedence as beautiful, historic, and scenic. It is not right for the site. Secondly, I'd like to address the concern that has been an ongoing conversation, wetlands. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, the United States loses about 80,000 acres of coastal and freshwater wetlands a year. Did you know 1.5 million gallons of water can be stored by 1 acre of wetlands? Or that 8.1 tons of CO2 are absorbed by U.S. wetlands every year? If the Conservation Commission does not consider this a cause for concern, then I please implore you to consider the impact. I also urge you to consider wildlife. The wildlife is very much abundant, especially on the undisturbed acre of my property and the conservation land behind it. Hawks, bats, birds, coyotes, turkeys, foxes, beetles, deer, frogs, lizards, snakes, mice, raccoons, bees, groundhogs have all made their home here. I implore you to consider the displacement of all these creatures, big and small. Construction noise, constant light pollution, and significant human activity will all drive these animals away. I also urge you to recognize the change in the ecosystem with every new development. As someone who has spent a significant amount of time in my yard in the Blue Hills, I'm saddened at the thought of a future generation not being able to enjoy the expansiveness of the wildlife and nature that Milton has to offer. While the proposed plan is to restore the existing habitat, maintain as many trees as possible, and replant displaced trees, it goes without saying that any disturbance will have a devastating impact. It is not right for the site. Thirdly, my concern is traffic. Highland Street and surrounding streets have become an unsafe area for children to play and for people to drive. In the past month alone, I've had 2 cars zoom past me on the left on Highland Street because I was going the speed limit. Other neighbors on Spafford can surely speak to the impact it will have on their day-to-day lives. The traffic concerns need to be addressed before moving forward with any proposed project in this area. Again, it is not right for the site. Lastly, I would like to include a point about public safety. Anyone who has been around a person suffering with dementia or Alzheimer's knows that wandering, which is when a person gets confused and wanders away from their home, is a major issue. With the surrounding wetlands and forests, as well as the heavy traffic and lack of sidewalk, I'm concerned for the future residents of this facility. In my own yard, which abuts the proposed project, I've had many close encounters with coyotes, thorns, and thick mud that I would not want my parent or grandparent experiencing. I hope the developer has taken these concerns of the site into consideration. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and full review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Terrific. And Nadine? And then we'll conclude and continue the hearing.
Hi, thank you, Meredith. Nadine Hanna, 11 Stafford Road. Just going to reiterate the thanks to all the planning board members, and also a big thank you to all of my neighbors who have shown up in person tonight, and those of us at home, either speaking or listening in. A few times along the way, I've appreciated, I think it was Cheryl, a number of times who've broken things down into layman's terms. And just to recap a couple of points kind of in layman's terms from where I'm standing over a lot of things that were covered tonight, but briefly. To put it succinctly, the proposed development is too large for this site. It's too disruptive to the surrounding natural and social environments, be the wetlands, the forest, the neighborhood, the people, the historical factors. The sewer issue. We're talking about a for-profit business, and we've been told a number of times that any changes that would minimize the size of the building or incur additional financial responsibility by the developers, those were non-starters. I don't believe they're non-starters. We heard in the last meeting that in the what had previously been discussed, they were maximum allowance for how large the facility could be. You want to talk about being a good neighbor and not just a business who's abutting. You can certainly invest, go back to the table with Winter Valley and speak to Winter Valley regarding tying in the sewer line to Winter Valley versus tying into Stafford Road. I believe that sewer sits right outside of Teresa O'Brien's house, by the way. So I'm sure she's not looking forward to any potential backup if that was to be overburdened. Reiterating the point, the loading dock should not just, it should be smaller. It should be moved. It should be at the back. The trash should be in the back. Any of the in and out is not large enough, and it should not taking away additional feet from wetlands to make that happen. Vermin displacement. We're all aware that the climate is changing. We're having warmer winters. The rat populations are not freezing off as they typically would. We're seeing more and more encroachment of rats and other vermin species within our neighborhoods as we continue to develop Milton in various sites, and the rat babies are not dying off in the winter. So there are more of them. I, for one, am not looking forward to encountering more vermin, particularly of the rat variety, on my own property due to this facility being developed. The traffic. One of the things that in the previous round of conversations we had, we were offered by, I think, Ned, that he would speak to the town on our behalf regarding sidewalks. I don't want to have to give up 10 feet of my property to accommodate this development's additional traffic burden on my street. That's not something that solves the current issue, nor does it mend the additional burden of traffic that would come with this development. Again, a proposed development for profit, not a non-for-profit. For those of you who don't know, the business that I'm in, I'm actually in retail food manufacturing, sales, and distribution. Speaking to the trucks, those images, I think Bart had said earlier, what are the odds that these two Google images happen to capture tractor trailers when we were just doing a Google image search of these facilities? I'll tell you why the odds are high. The odds are high because vendor partners, in the same instance of medical facilities as supermarkets, if you have a vendor partner, they're going to most likely use the same mode of transport to get to one of your facilities as to the other. Why is that? Because it is more cost effective. Filling out a truck using the largest truck that you can, making the most stops or fewer stops with larger deliveries at one trip is much more cost effective than it is sending out smaller, say, box trucks that, 32 footer versus like going up to 50 something or 70 something. You're going to get large trucks. There's no one and no contract and no method that's going to stop it, because guess what? One of my vendor partners, as admirable as I think I might be in a lot of ways, when they tell me the only way they can get the product out there is if they slightly encroach upon the noise constraint timing and that they send a much bigger truck out there, the answer is get it out there. The answer is never, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. No, because the facility, they require these things. That's why they've ordered them. That's why they've scheduled them to arrive at a certain time. So once again, let's not lean on this concept that contractual requirements on paper are going to actually control the physical movement of people, places, and things. It won't happen that way. So I think the building should be smaller. I think the dock should go to the other side of the building. The trash should go to the other side of the building. We shouldn't have the trucks coming up Spafford one way or the other. So there should be some kind of stoppage for that from the town. And in regards to the 300 trees that COMCOM may allow to be taken down, it cannot go without saying that the conversation around that was 300 trees to be replaced by a similar caliber tree or to be compensated by $1,000 per tree. So the one-off replacement of trees, it was not bound to be on that property. You could drop a tree anywhere in Milton and have it count towards that. CONCOM directly could take $300,000 of compensation if they were to allow all 300 trees to be taken down. And I don't think that should be overlooked either, because the motivation in allowing this was not conservation driven. That's all I have to say for tonight. Thank you again for your time. I appreciate all that you're doing. Have a good night.
Thank you, Nidhi. Okay. So at this time, there will be plenty of other opportunity for those who did not have a chance to speak tonight on this public hearing. But I would like to, we do need to move on to the MBTA. So I would like, if we could have a motion to continue the public hearing for 111 Highland Street special permit to 7:05 on November 9th, which is the date that we had discussed previously.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, we'll do roll call. Sean is now with us on Zoom. So start, Jim?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Maggie?
Yes.
Sean?
Sorry, I'm just promoting him to panelist.
Okay, great.
Just to be clear, Meredith, the subject matter that we anticipate on the 9th
is we are going to continue. Hopefully we'll have an update from the consultants who have been working on the stormwater issues and introduction with architecture. I think primarily focused on the cut and fill, but architecture will be.
So would that be the landscape architecture too?
I don't think landscape architect quite yet until.
And I'm thinking about the landscape architect.
I think the architecture is going to take some time.
I'm just thinking, as I think I mentioned before, just the relationship of them.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
If you think you might have questions regarding.
Let's do them the following then.
Yeah.
The landscape. I understand you're concerned about time, and we'll be still working on MBTA communities potentially. Yeah. But I just think there is this interrelationship between the cut and fill, the architecture, and the landscape architecture. So that's at least the residents can understand the schedule. Okay, so maybe that would be 2 weeks after the 9th. That might be on the 23rd. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're not going to meet on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we're not, I was going to say.
We scheduled something in between. We had something in between. So what did we do? Right? Every week that you said,
the
Jim.
9th?
The 9th was open, I think, up until right now.
And then we
did the 16th. That's a normal. No, we did the 16th. At least I put it in my calendar. The 16th.
The 9th was
I think that's
open.
what we did the 16th.
All right. So then landscape could be the 16th. Landscape architecture. Okay.
That's good. That's good. Okay.
And then will the citizens get to speak again? Like we did?
Yeah, if there's yes, on the subject. Yeah.
Maybe again, since landscape architecture is a smaller topic than stormwater update in architecture, maybe we can allow a chunk of time on the 16th as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you all for coming. You have a great neighborhood and really wonderful. So a lot of thought. Thank you. Good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Good night. Okay. So now we can go to our old business, the MBTA Communities Update. And when we left off, we were still, the discussion of the district boundaries, but we had fiscal impact analysis, zoning language. We had sort of focused in on our zoning language, and Cheryl, you had added some things that I thought we all thought were excellent. Maggie has also updated some language as well. So
on the language, so Tim incorporated a number of language changes because our board didn't take a vote. He had to make a decision about whether to incorporate my suggestions into what the select board was going to vote on. So he incorporated a lot of them, but he had a concern about some of the design guidelines and whether they would be deemed too subjective. So I did another round of red lines after doing some research. I think I put in an email to you, but I'll mention to the public that I went to the technical resources that are available to the public and watched some webinars and researched some guidelines, and I came up with some other red lines that I thought could be more objective. And while sometimes it's hard to do that because you can't anticipate every building opportunity, it seemed like that at least they would still be guiding the design in a way that would fit in to the kind of context that we have in Milton. So I asked him if he would consider submitting those, or at least some of those. And then the other was in that research that I did and the webinar that I watched, one of them was on the site plan review process and MBTA communities. So I felt as if we could put as much into the process, the better off we'd be, because as we know from looking at something just like Highland, the more tools we have available to us to make the decisions, the better off we are. So Tim, I just wanted to see if where we stood with those suggested edits that I made, and whether the select board is going to entertain any other changes.
I don't have a line by line TikTok of what I put in. I can bring that up. What I will say is the majority of the suggestions on development standards and site plan review procedures that you did propose, I did include. It's a tough situation to kind of make a thumbs up or thumbs down in terms of what to recommend to the select board. One thing that we also did was, and hopefully we hear back from them in time, is availing ourselves of the state's kind of pre-approval, kind of pre-review process, by which, towns can submit their proposed language and their proposed subdistricts and their compliance model kind of documents for pre-review by the state. That process is designed to have a 90-day turnaround, so we're kind of not in that window, but they have assured us that they're front burnering these requests from rapid transit communities. So I think ultimately, although I did have a few concerns about not that the proposals were bad. I think they're all good, and I think they're gonna, if they fly, they're gonna yield, a good site plan approval process that's gonna yield good projects. It's just the state's a black box on some of this stuff in terms of, they've given guidance, but not very specific guidance about, the line between subjective and objective standards. And so, my hope is that before town meeting, we'll get at least some advice from the state as to, whether or not these, some of these proposed procedures are acceptable. Hopefully they are. If they're not, we'll have to sort of deal with that prior to town meeting. But they're in there because ultimately it's important. These are by right projects, but they are subject to site plan review, and it's just important, to put those standards and those protections in so that we understand that we're getting good projects.
So Tim, I have a question. So some of the things that you did not include that Cheryl had, based on research, had seen what other communities were doing, wouldn't it make sense to include those at this time so that then you could hear back and say maybe this was too subjective? But if you don't put it in the first place, you're never going to know. And then
Yeah, that's what I'm saying I did.
He did.
you did. I'm sorry. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you didn't put everything in.
I reworked the first round of design guidelines to try and make them more objective. So that's, I think, what you were working off of, Tim,
Okay.
right? And some of them were the same, but some of them I added more detail, like dimensions and percentages.
So my question is just about process. So we have the public hearing for the select board on the 26th. So I feel like we shouldn't waste our time tonight talking about the select board's article, because that doesn't help us as a planning board. That is going to be open next week. And so all of these
That will be a
things
public
can
hearing,
be, for the public hearing. So all of this will be discussed during that public hearing process. So I don't think that we really need to discuss anything more
I
on the
think
article.
that I hope you didn't really mean waste, because we've heard from the public and we've heard from others that there's an obligation here, and the select board is working on a compliant article, and we should be talking about that because they're looking for our feedback. And if the planning board feels as if it's our responsibility to work on zoning, it's our responsibility to work on it no matter who submits it. And so if we have citizens petitions, we work on that. That's how memory care came to the planning board in years past. So I don't think it's a waste, because I think you're incorporating a lot of the changes in language that I've suggested. I think the public should understand what those things are, because nobody's as recently as 2 weeks ago, I was told that the majority of the members of this board hadn't read the zoning, and that's a short time before this is going to public hearing and a short time before it's going to town meeting. And so I do think talking about the language is important, and for people to understand that there are things that can be incorporated into something that is considered as of right, that we can put design standards into the zoning. We can put a site plan review process, which comes to before the planning board, into the zoning. If we don't talk about it, then the public doesn't know that we can put that in. And the problem is people don't understand it because they're not getting enough information about it. We all know that the select board doesn't spend the same amount of time talking about this as we do at our meetings. And so it's important for the public to hear it.
So that's what I think is what the role of a public hearing is about. So,
but we don't get to shape it at that point. It's very close to the time it's going to print. We've scheduled that public hearing so close to that hearing, to that print date, that how much time is there left? We have opportunity to shape it. The select board is meeting on Tuesday. Tim hopefully is submitting this revised language to them. That will come before the public hearing. We've waited so long to talk about language, and as you all know, I've been very frustrated by that delay.
Yeah.
So moving on. So are there any other changes, Tim? I just am curious because we're going to be talking about your proposed article as well. So I'm just wanting to be able to sort of focus on one and then move to the other, and not spend a lot of time if there haven't been updates or changes that we should be made aware of.
So where?
Yeah, I think the other two, what I'll call them major changes, although I don't know how.
Last week's meeting it was.
Sorry, Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
So one change that we made, and this was, on the advice of both town council, and we also had a meeting earlier this week with the Attorney General's Municipal Law Unit, which, as you know, is kind of responsible for reviewing all zoning articles that come out of town meeting, just about how to kind of structure what we're doing. And so there's just a little bit more explicit language at the very start of the article, that the article is a zoning text amendment and also a zoning map amendment. So rather than having two separate articles, we're going to amend the zoning language and we're also going to amend the zoning map. We're doing it in one. The language of the article itself refers to a boundary map in multiple portions of it, so it's not kind of coming out of left field. So we just sort of added language at the very top, to just acknowledge that we're amending the language and the map. And then the other thing is, and we had this conversation, I forget if it was the last meeting or the previous meeting, about including floor area ratio restrictions in addition to all the other dimensional restrictions that we're in. So we had worked with UTIL based on some of Cheryl's proposals just to sort of include FAR parameters that, kind of achieved what the board was talking about at that meeting, which I think everyone kind of agreed was probably a good idea, but also didn't have a kind of a deleterious effect on our either overall density or other parameters. So we just kind of got those updated numbers from UTIL and plugged them into the dimensional tables. So those are sort of the three categories of changes, with kind of Cheryl's, development standard kind of edits being the most kind of numerous.
Good. All right. So Tim, is that available just for the public to prepare for the public hearing? Where is the best place to find the most updated? And again, it may change, I understand, on the 24th. And once those changes are made after or voted on by the select board, where will that be available for the public to?
So on the planning board website, in the sort of the usual zoning and development proposals section, we have an MBTA community section that includes the language that was most recently, Josh is pulling that up, the language that was most recently approved by the select board circa October 10th. Also the mandatory mixed use language, which is going to be sort of the follow-on article that allows us to do mandatory mixed use in the sort of Milton Central Ave area, and then the zoning map. If and when the select board updates its article, we will post that as an update on that page, which is the normal place that people tend to go to for zoning and development proposals.
Tim, have you submitted any revised zoning to the select board yet?
That's in town council's hands right now. We wanted them to take a look at it, especially for the map language. I don't know if they've gotten it back, but if they haven't, we'll make sure that they get it tomorrow, so that's on, there's an agenda item on Tuesday for the select board to consider that.
So as you've done previously, you plan to send that to us as well after you send it to the select board, right?
Yes.
So, Jim, when I mentioned that it was sent last week, my edits were sent last week, but we don't have a copy of what Tim incorporated. So it sounds like we'll get that tomorrow. Right.
So you sent edits to us or to Tim?
To Tim. So Tim sent them out to everybody.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're in. And Julia,
if you check your Tim emails, yeah.
Julia was able to give me an edited red line version, which was really nice. And thank you, Julia.
Yeah, but I don't think Tim sent them out.
I didn't get it.
Because I didn't get it. I got it from somebody. It wasn't from Tim.
It's not my email.
It was forwarded. Tim forwarded them. I guess, it does it. I remember because I sent it to you. You asked me, Maggie, and I said, didn't you get this from Tim?
Yeah.
And because I went back to the one that Tim had sent to us. But
that's why I just want to make sure that we'll have, that we have a place to go and look at it. That everyone can find it.
Yeah.
And maybe, Tim can send that out to me.
Yeah, I mean, if folks don't have it, I'll send that language that we sent to town council. I can do it. I can do it right now. And that'll be, I don't suspect the town council is going to have a ton of edits, if any. But if they do, I'll send along any edits just so you've got them over the weekend. But again, the sort of the formal posting of that language, it is the select board's article, and it's not, those edits aren't kind of officially approved yet. So, once they are, those will go up.
So I have another couple of questions, if I may. I'm not trying to delay, Maggie, but I do want to have a couple other things answered. Tim, I emailed Tim. I just want you all to know too that I was looking at the maps and thinking about, people have asked me questions, and, went back to look at the one that showed how many of the parcels are 7,500 square feet or more in the Elliott Street corridor, and we didn't have a map that reflects the option 1N that showed that. So is UTIL able to provide that next week, Tim?
Ta-da!
There, ta-da, excellent. All right, so can you send that out to us just so we can look at it and understand it?
Yeah, and this literally came. I was out of the office most of the day. This literally came in, at the end of the day. So
That's the map was going with?
No.
This map, what this map does is shows the option 1N map district, which the select board did adopt.
This is what they're going with.
But what this shows in this district is the parcels. Remember, that's a minimum lot size of 7,500. If your lot size is smaller than that, then you can't use this zoning. So the yellow are excluded parcels, right?
I get that.
They're in there, but because a lot of people are thinking, well, it's my neighbor, every house can do this, and it's not, right?
Unless they assemble.
But still, even if you assemble, you can still do 3 units. So if you have somebody who buys, two 5,000 square foot lots for a 10,000 square foot lot, they've paid what, 750, 850, 900 for each one, $1.8 million to get one more unit. I mean, the economics of that, I don't know, Jim, maybe you think that you can do that and still have that be very attractive, but.
Well, with the FAR argument, you could build 3, you could build a 10,000 square foot store on 20. So on
not 20. You can't. You would build on 10,000 square feet. You could
build 5,000.
You could build
right?
7,000.
7,000.
It's unfortunately that it changed the compliance. The number of units if you did 0.5, which is what I had asked, but UTIL said that they needed to keep it at 0.7 so we wouldn't fall out of the minimum number of units capacity.
So at 0.7, then what size is each unit?
But I want to point out one thing before we get to that.
Pretty big.
I want to point out we do not have FAR requirements in our single family zoning right now. And that's why you can have out near Harland and Hillside some 20-some thousand square foot homes. And you can have on Pleasant Street, off of Pleasant Street, that new 5-house development, some really large houses on some pretty small lots. Because right now the only thing that's controlling the size of a single family is setback and height, really. Because you can say, oh, we have lot coverage requirements. You read all the way through the lot coverage, and then you find this one sentence that says that does not apply to single family homes. We have more restrictions in this than we do in the single families. So you could build a much bigger single family on that 10,000 square foot lot than you'd be able to build a 3-family unit on that lot, Jim, under the current zoning. So
you could. I mean, it's not really restrictive, I guess, is what I'm seeing. Doesn't matter. I mean, it's just the market will decide.
It is restrictive compared to the single family not having FAR. There is something here that controls it that doesn't control the size of a single family.
Yeah.
As the lot size gets bigger, the structure gets bigger, right?
It can. It can.
Right. So it's kind of not restrictive, I guess. It's restrictive in the number of units, but not the square footage size.
Well, let's say you had a single family on a 15,000 square foot lot right now. You could build, I don't know, 20,000 or 30,000. You can build up to something into your setbacks up to 2.5 stories.
With a single, you probably wouldn't. But with a 3-family, you'd want to make those units as big as possible, I think. So I think you would. What's driving the square footage is the 3 units because you want them bigger, I think.
It all depends. Yeah,
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying it's just.
And the units at 440 were
decide.
pretty big, as I recall. Weren't they 2,000 at 440?
440.
I don't remember them being that big.
They were like big.
1,400, I remember.
Yeah.
Or 1,800. There were
some larger ones.
Yeah.
But the units at 88 Wharf are pretty big, and they're very nice. So you're going to get more luxury units as opposed to more affordable units, is what I think.
It's a very different building type than what you could have in a 3-unit building. So I think there's not a lot of reasonable comparison between a apartment building like 440 or 88 Wharf and a 2.5-story 3-family building, Chip. So I think there's a lot of difference there.
So I think a developer would have the option to build whatever they want, and if they see the need for a luxury 3-family, if there's such a thing, I think they'll build it, and I think it will sell. just
Take what sell.
the market will determine it. That's all.
So I just wanted to ask one other question. Yeah, was I know we've all talked about Granite Ave and feeling like the testing of how one might use these design standards on Granite Ave would work. And I asked Tim if Util was going to have time to do another round of using the guidelines now, not just the zoning. So Tim, you said that they would be able to do that?
Yeah, I kind of, it's priority one for them. And, there's been, they've been kind of juggling workload a little bit. I asked them as sort of, a deadline of, by the public hearing, if that's feasible. But, if it's not, then by the November 1st public forum, just again, so we can get that out. But I did sort of put the priority on getting that stuff for the public hearing. And then additionally, it's Granite Ave is the priority, I think, because that's the one that's kind of the most blank slate out of all of the sub-districts. But we are going to want to also see, some manner of visualization for the other sub-districts, again, at least in time for town meeting, if not kind of as earlier than that as we can get.
So speaking of Granite Ave also, it looks like a good chunk of that, if not all of it's in the floodplain. So can they tell us what the regs are, or can you tell us what the regs are? Like what other things might control development on those sites? Like they're close to the marsh and, because the numbers that are in the compliance model are numbers in a spreadsheet. They don't necessarily reflect the other design parameters that might be present given those site conditions. So can you or Util provide that to us as well? Or maybe Util can consider that when they're doing those layouts?
Yeah, and there's certain things that you kind of know for a fact. Some of the kind of site plan mock-ups that they've done so far, especially for 2 Granite Ave, have taken into account, for instance, Chapter 91 regulations, all right, which kind of tell you, in a filled tideland, where you can and can't build, and kind of it sets, something of a little bit of a building envelope. The River Protection Act, applies to again, at the very least, 2 Granite Ave, and I'm almost certain that the proximity to Gulliver Creek kind of also will put the other one into some element of the River Protection Act. To say nothing of any wetlands that may be. That may be over there. And then, the other thing is that maybe might not be able to show up on, a site plan or kind of a general visualization based on broad zoning categories is our floodplain bylaw, which basically the floodplain bylaw is whatever the most recent FEMA flood insurance rate map is that shows kind of, flood danger zones. That is the zone where the floodplain bylaw applies. And that has all manner of restrictions on filling, on bringing materials in, taking materials out, on kind of what you can build, what sort of, protections you need to put in to sort of raise facilities off the ground to protect them from flooding. So that's something that, you'd have to kind of go a little bit deeper into a site planning and design exercise to kind of fully kind of realize the implications of that. But that is definitely something that, and that was recently updated as of, I think, in town meeting in 2021. We updated the floodplain bylaw, with a lot of assistance from the state. That's going to be having to be updated again soon, I think next year, when the new flood insurance rate maps come out. That's a little bit of a less of a kind of substantial update. It's just a matter of kind of like plugging in the new numbers of the maps. But we can provide a little bit more of an overview of the floodplain bylaw just to kind of give a little bit of an idea of how that's going to apply, because that definitely applies in the Granite Ave district. And so when you look at the numbers, especially the numbers that are being spat out by the compliance model, it's really just taking into account those parameters. It's not taking into account, okay, you can't build within, this, there's Concom jurisdiction, over the Rivers Protection Act on a lot of cases. There's Chapter 91 implications that are not taken into account by the model. So that's why some of this, design work is important, but even that's not going to take into account some of the other restrictions of the floodplain bylaw.
So just to those, can we even get a memo which says, that these sites might be subject to these, and here's how it might influence design. And it doesn't have to be like a final, but I just think it would be helpful for understanding that there are restrictions on that parcel, those 2 parcels or 3 parcels in particular.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do about that for sure.
Okay.
As we've learned, like Concom can disregard some of their charges. So I don't think having that in a memo is really.
At least to know, you're right that they can, but at least it's helpful to know that there are regulations that would apply to that site. I think it's useful to know. Tim, this FAR discussion that we just had, could we have a gradated FAR so that if you had a 7,500 square foot lot, the FAR could be 0.7, but if you had a 10,000 square foot lot, it might be 0.5, et cetera?
Yeah, that's what you gotta do.
Can we do that in that Elliott Street corridor?
We're very late in the game on things like that.
Well,
that's something
I think
Well, we need more time. Let's just keep roughing this. This is why we need.
Well, the deadline is December 31st, and we've got town meeting on December 4th.
But this isn't a huge change. This is not a huge change, though, Tim. To do like an FAR, and then if you had a 15,000 square foot, it would be a 0.3.
Yeah.
I'll make the ask. I'll make the ask, but there's a ton of requests coming from this board at our consultants, and figuring out which ones are the most important and which ones are the ones that we can incorporate in a timely way is starting to get a little bit more difficult to manage.
I get that.
So we'll make the ask, but I think we have our hands full getting to town meeting with what we've got right now.
Some of this, what we're, it's comments or questions that have come up from people who might be voting at town meeting. So, the more that we can address before town meeting, I think the better. I've, had conversations about some of questions that people had or misunderstandings people have had in particular about the Elliott Street corridor. So, I think Jim's point about the FAR and the larger sites is a good point, and if we can address that, before town meeting, I think it would be beneficial. So in terms of what gets prioritized, size of a building, I think is probably something that people would think of as a priority.
Tim, this is Sean. Why is that difficult for you, Teal, to incorporate?
It's not as much difficult for UTL to incorporate, but we've got an article that, is going to be voted on by the select board on the 24th for a public hearing on the 26th. This is not just like a test thing. This is like, we are testing something to potentially change the language, which would have implications on, the compliance model. The warrant, the select board can open and close the warrant when they want, until they can't, when it goes to print. And so they're working on, these visualizations that the board has requested. They are working on additional map changes that board members have requested. They are working on, it's less, work for UTL, although they are over budget, and I'm not entirely sure how much runway we have left on the budget we have remaining. I'm not super concerned about that, but it is a concern. It's more about, how much more tinkering with the language can we do in a time period that is kind of rapidly closing, especially on an issue that, could have implications on, our overall density, on our other compliance figures. So it's kind of, the clock is ticking, and at some point the language has to be final. And again, this is, we're going to talk about this here, and this is not the planning board's article. The planning board has made clear that this is not the planning board's article, and so we're going to have this conversation, and then it's going to come down to, does Tim put this into the select board article or not? And I think I'm starting to kind of, I don't know. So it's, the planning board can ask for things. I'd love to see a vote from the planning board that says, this is something that we're interested being in this language. And, we'd like our consultants to look into it. So it doesn't fall on my shoulders to make a decision whether or not it goes in the language.
I would like the consultants to look at it. I will say that. I don't know. I think it's worth it. For whatever happens, that is definitely making it, the best that it can be is, if that's what it is, we have another article as well. Sorry. Thank you. It's blinking green and red. I think I might need to swap it out.
Sure,
The battery might be.
Yeah, Meredith, I couldn't really hear you that well.
Yep, sorry, my battery is running low, I guess, on the one that I have. I said I would like to see it looked at. We've always said whatever article ends up coming before town meeting or doesn't end up coming, we want it to be the best that it can be. So I would think that it would be worth looking at.
Yeah, but I've always said too that I don't think it's appropriate really for us to have our, fingerprints on someone else's article. I think that
it's all of our.
And I think that sends a mixed message. I think it's confusing, and I've said that for quite some time. And so that's why I've been hesitant of having a lot of input, because I don't like the message that people are confused that this is a select board's article. And I know, Cheryl, your point is in the planning board have a say in it, but that's the say kind of during, I think, the public hearing process. And then if need be, like a green sheet can go. That's what happened through the whole school process last year. They waited till the very last minute to finalize their parcels of land. And I kind of feel like this is bigger than the school project. And if that's what happens, it kind of what happens.
I think that we have an obligation to uphold the laws of the Commonwealth. We've said that. And we have an obligation to provide input on zoning articles for town meeting. That's why we're elected. That's why we serve on this board. To say that we're going to wipe our hands of a select board article is a dereliction of our duty, in my opinion. So that you would want to go to town meeting and say, don't care anything about that article. I didn't want to say anything about that article.
That's not what I said.
No, you said you didn't want to have your voice on anything.
I said wait until the public hearing. That's when we have a say, is during the public hearing process.
So you have 2 years that something is on the table or known as a responsibility that the planning board should work on zoning, and you wait until a month before town meeting to decide that you're going to weigh in on it?
When was the guidelines last changed? In August. That was changed in August.
I do want to make that, I just want to for the public to understand that this legislature was voted in 2021. It took HLC, which was DHCD, an entire year to create the guidelines, at which time, so in March of 2022, it was sent out to communities, MBTA communities, for comments. Katie Conlon was writing her comments March of 22, just giving feedback on those guidelines. We did not, for the public to understand, we did not have a final set of guidelines until August of 2023. So to say that we've had years to work on this is incorrect, because the final guidelines that we are working with were completed in 2023.
So Tim, they updated.
I need to make a little bit of a kind of clarification there.
Yep.
Yes, there was a change to the guidelines in August of 2023. 99% of the guidelines were in place before that.
When?
That change to the guidelines.
But Tim, we did not have it in 2021. We knew something was coming, but we had no idea that it was going to be a 25% of our households. Nobody knew how to start planning in 2021. Nobody knew even had an idea until post-March of 2022. So for people to say that we've had years to work on something that we could not have possibly been working on because we did not have that information. And that's where the information is correct, that we have not been doing our work, our research, our due diligence, because we have in a very short period of time. And to have 6 months from the time that the guidelines were amended, which significantly changed the zoning language. That was August of 2023, and we've been told that we have 6 months. I think that's absolutely inappropriate that HLC would only give communities, rapid transit communities, which we also, have questioned. We have not heard back from an extension of time that we have requested. We have not been answered on any of the letters, and the select board has not been answered on their questioning of the conflict by HLC. So to say that we are not working with the best information that we have is just not fair. And so we have not had years to work on this because we did not have the information.
This will be the last I say on this, and I'm just going to dispute the idea that the August 2023 revisions were so major as to consider the rest of the guidelines to be incomplete. The August 2023 revision to the guidelines made the guidelines more permissive and gave us more flexibility and more rights under the guidelines. It was our option to choose to avail ourselves of that guideline change, which was strictly about allowing a requirement for mixed use. All of the other guidelines about unit capacity, about district size, about contiguity remain the same from October 21, 2022. In fact, August 10, 2022. The only change was that mandatory mixed use change. So, again,
affordability was a change as well.
In October of 2022, yes. So a year ago.
Okay, so what you're saying is we've had about a year to do this. I still don't.
No, Jim, you're putting words in my mouth, and
I'm sorry. I feel that we've had about a year to work on
the guidelines were effectively final in August of 2022. The two major changes that were made,
so not years, and that's my point. Right.
No, and I think that's fair to say, but I'm not even part of this debate as to whether or not we think we've had enough time or not enough time. I'm just trying to lay down the facts of when these guidelines were changed and what the nature of those changes was.
Well, thank you for clearing that up, Meredith. I think it's important for people to know. I think that we have been working very hard for a while, and I just don't think we have enough time.
Okay.
I sound like a broken record. I'll go back and say we don't have enough time to get the highest and best.
And I will say even other communities such as Newton and Brookline, who had been working on their zoning well before there was an MBTA communities, they think that they need more time. And that's been discussed at their planning board meetings. And they have staff of 30 people. These are towns with much greater staff, and they feel like they need more time. And they had started working on this. They did start working on it years ago because they were planning to do it anyway.
Does anyone know whether the other rapid transit communities have special town meetings that they're going to be voting on MBTA?
Brookline.
Just Brookline has one coming up, I think, next week.
That's the only other town meeting community is Rapid Transit.
Oh, that's right, because the rest are city council.
Cities, yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
Did you have any more questions?
Just one
I didn't want to get off where we were going. So
one last had to do with the fiscal impact analysis. So I was curious, Tim, if RKG was going to be I don't know if the public hearing was the right time for that, but just when you anticipate getting their report or the update to their work?
So we've gotten RKG everything they need. They have the compliance model documents that have all of the dimensional parameters and all the parcels. Just a little bit of a hiccup getting GIS shape files from UTL to RKG, but we were able to do that a little more than a week ago. So I haven't checked in with Eric, but I will about when we can expect a product from him.
And at our last meeting, he said he was going to provide us all the background numbers, but he has not done that yet, right?
There's 2 spreadsheets that we got.
Did we get?
We got 2 spreadsheets, but I don't know if was what you were.
I don't know if it was complete information.
Would Eric be able to be present at the public hearing to present that?
I can check in with him on that.
Okay, that I think would be helpful.
So those are my questions, Meredith.
Okay.
Yeah.
Meredith, I have one question that's partly related, I think, to RKG's work. And while they're doing their analysis, will we have an opinion from the leaders of our departments? For example, the Department of Public Works, in addition to the fire department, the police department, are they participating in providing any comments which would allow us to have their opinion of impacts as a result of this zoning?
That's a good question. Tim, is that something?
No one has solicited those comments. To my knowledge, the select board hasn't, and I don't think the planning board has at this point yet either.
Okay. I'd propose, and we can discuss this, I don't want to take too much time, but I think it'd be very important to hear from our fire chief, the chief of police, and our head of public works, because what I'm interested to understand is how all of those departments could be affected by the growth of the potential new units. I've had some people ask what we have done to assess infrastructure, whether our sanitary systems, water systems, and I think it'd be irresponsible of us as a planning board to request opinion and response.
So on that note, Sean, a question for Tim. I thought RKG factors in a schedule, like not all of the zoned units would be built overnight, right? So can they provide a schedule that could be provided to those department heads? Because it's not like you're going to have all those hit in 1 year.
I mean, it would be less of a schedule in the sense that, I don't think RKG is in kind of the sort of the prediction business in terms of, what it really is. It's very hard to predict what the sort of pace would be. But what they've said that they can do, and the way that their model works is, and you may recall him using this term, is sort of like a snapshot. So you can say, what are the implications of a build out of 500 units? What is the implications of a build out of 1,000 units? What is the implications of a build out of whatever full complement of units, we think it would be there. And so it's less, 5 years out, 10 years out, 20 years out, but more kind of a little bit more oblique than that. But like, how many units do you think would be built within a 10-year time frame? And then you test that.
I was just thinking, I looked at the census information for Milton at 2010 and at 2020. We had a 6% growth, I think it was, from 27,000 to 28,600 and some. I'm going from memory, so I have to go back and double check that. But
no, that's right. I've done that math recently as well.
So I guess what the question would be then is, what impact did that have over the last 10 years? So that would be sort of, you have a growth of 1,600 residents, right, over that period. So did that mean we needed any additional staff in those departments with that
Building
growth?
department is
That was
way
That was one of
understaffed.
my questions. What is our
Yeah, the
normal
building
growth
department.
rate?
Yeah, so if we had a 6% growth rate, would this be any different than that 6% growth rate? I guess would be a question I would ask RKG. Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
That's all right. And that's fine. But I'm asking a different question of our department leaders. If the town is successful in the new unit total, which I think is somewhere projected between 1,700 and 1,800, how will their departments be changed in order to maintain service to the community?
But you don't think that it matters whether that all hits in 1 year or it hits in 20 years?
Cheryl, I think it's so hard, as Tim said, it's so hard to predict that. I think we've all discussed how quickly Granite Ave, or maybe I should say it differently, how Granite Ave could be ahead of so many of the other districts because it doesn't require as many land transactions, and obviously there's no housing down there, so new units on Granite Ave would happen faster than new units in let's say the Elliott Street corridor. So I think it'd be more valuable to understand if the town's successful, adding 17 or 1740 or whatever the number is, what would their departments need to look like to provide service? It's too hard to do this on an annual basis, to ask these town departments to project it, at a 6% growth level over the next, let's say, 20 years. That's a painful exercise for all of them.
But don't you think that they could tell you what's happened in the last 10 years, and that would tell you what a 6 year at 6% what it's giving you?
Cheryl, I don't see the next 10 years being anything like the last 10 years. If what we're doing right now, we know we have 534 planned 40B projects. We had a resident that joined our meeting not too long ago and told us how few units have been added to Milton in the last 30 years. We're talking about a very different pace than what we have historically had. So I don't think looking back is going to be of any help at all. This is a new pace.
And the question is RKG including those 540B units into their analysis?
Nope.
And I do think that my understanding is the DPW can do a capacity analysis on their pipes like fairly easily, is my understanding.
Let them do it, or ask them.
Yeah, I mean, if this type of development requires us to increase utility services throughout the town or in some areas of the town, it probably wouldn't be throughout, but it could potentially be within the districts that we're outlining. We should know it.
I mean, it's interesting because we did zoning for Winter Valley, we did zoning for memory care, which are adding 70 units in memory care and 30 some at Winter Valley. And then, I've asked recently about with respect to the memory care, what about the infrastructure with all these projects? When the zoning doesn't factor in infrastructure, right? So then the question becomes, to what extent can that become part of the project expense? But my understanding is under this MBTA compliance that towns are not allowed to factor in the fact they can't use like infrastructure as a reason not to do the zoning, is my understanding, Tim. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's mine as well. So Cheryl, what it means to me is the town bears the financial burden of improving the infrastructure to be able to support the development. So, for example, if 700 units go on to Granite Ave, the question I'm asking, does our services on Granite Ave have the capacity to support 700 units?
So my question is, does the development have to, if we don't have capacity, do they have to incur the expense of doing their own infrastructure? I mean, we're not necessarily obligated, we're obligated to zone something and approve something for zoning, but are we obligated to provide the infrastructure for it? I don't think we are.
Well, I think Tim just said that
I don't know.
they're not either.
Our standards.
No, but I think there's no other, I'm not aware of it. I'm thinking about all the other zoning things that we've done. I know like in some other communities, and not under MBTA this is, but if the development needs infrastructure, that's on the applicant to do. So if they can't handle their stormwater or their sanitary, they have to do sanitary on site. They have to do stormwater on site. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, that's my understanding. So I'm wondering if this is different. I don't know, Tim, if you've heard anything differently than what I'm suggesting.
I can look into this a little bit more.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to leave this particular topic with a request that the fire chief, the police chief, the head of the DPW provide a comment as to how their departments would be impacted, in their opinion. This is not an RKG. This is real life. The fire chief, the police chief, our head of DPW. How would their departments and the services they're responsible for be affected if we achieve the net new units that's proposed?
And I would like to add the school department. I think in the financial office for the schools, that they also just have a chance to weigh in and see if there's anything that they would add.
Maybe the school building committee. So back to the Granite Ave project, to your point, yes, I think the developer would probably have to incur the costs of bringing everything up to date. However, I think that's harder to do on Elliott Street. So as people have said, it's going to be a slower rate of development. It's more transactions. So how do we know at what point, can we build 5 new multifamily houses on Elliott Street, but then it's the 6th one that causes all backup, and then who's responsible for the backup?
I guess the question, that's an easy question, or an easier question sort of to ask of DPW, right? Mm-hmm. Like, what's the capacity of the system in Elliott Street, for example? Because I'm sure that this other, like Capon probably ties into Elliott, or those other little side streets probably tie into Elliott. Yeah. So asking if they have capacity for the 70 that's projected, 70 new units projected in that area, is there capacity for that 70? Probably something that they could answer, right, by looking what infrastructure they have.
Yeah, as long as, though, again, it goes back to the assemblage,
It's still the same number of units, though.
Yeah.
Same number of units, because we didn't go with that gradating
But it would be
size.
more if you took a 5,000 and a 5,000 and it made it 10. I guess you'd only get one more, right?
You'd only get one more unit.
Single family. Yeah, so you'd still get more, but yeah.
Tim, would you please for us ask that question? Who is assigned the responsibility for cost for infrastructure improvement? Is it the developer in this within the guidelines, or is it the town?
Yeah, we'll definitely get an answer on that one.
Great, thank you.
And so then the other thing, I was talking to somebody in Quincy who works for the city of Quincy, and he said the MBTA just built, or in the process of building, their new facility for their electric buses over at the old Lowe's. So what they've found out is that they don't have enough power to charge their bus stations. So now they have to incur the cost of bringing in electricity from Braintree.
Who does?
Whoa.
The MBTA?
The MBTA.
Right. So see, that's what I'm saying. That it's the property user's responsibility. Like, why would it? Let's just say you had an industry that needed a ton of power or a ton of water. That the town. Why would the town be responsible for that?
Well,
I mean, logically, right?
Yeah, they wouldn't be responsible, but they would probably give you a tax credit to encourage you to build there.
If you were bringing jobs or whatever. But my point is, if you think about it logically, it's on the applicant, right? So, like, I was asked to look at this proposed 40B in Weston, and there they were having to propose a wastewater treatment plant right on their property because they they didn't have capacity in Weston for the 40B they were doing. So that's what made me also think that, that's going to be the situation here. I think the question of the smaller ones, because they were incremental over time, is a good question to ask. But I think the larger ones, it's clear that that would be on the developer.
I think we should, to me, it's unclear. And, if you just visualize development along the Elliott Street corridor, maybe the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth development projects, the existing infrastructure has the capacity to serve. But then maybe it's the seventh or eighth that is the tipping point. And at that point, is it that person, that developer, that's responsible for running a new sewer line hundreds of feet, even though the previous ones contributed to adding to the load? So I don't know. I think it's quite complicated, and it might prevent development if, in fact, the developer has that responsibility. Now, the flip side of that is it could be quite a burden for the town if the town has the responsibility. So probably rather than the board speculate, we should let Tim, ask the question.
I agree.
Okay.
So I think we agree on that. Did we get agreement on asking? I think Tim asked for us to give guidance, and Meredith and I both said we'd like for UTIL to look at that gradated FAR. Did anybody? I don't know that anybody else gave their opinion on it.
I like that idea.
Related
Sure.
to the FAR?
Yes.
Okay. We have one person who's in the public, and then
just said
who's on this
too, though, right? Sorry.
Yeah, it's just on the FAR. So he wants to just to address the FAR.
Mark Christo, 17 Waldo Road. I came early to actually ask questions about the FAR. I was curious, how long ago was that introduced?
The FAR?
Yeah.
I think I suggested it 2 meetings ago, maybe.
That's typically not used in suburban applications. It's more of an urban thing, I think.
It's a way to control size. It's another tool that's used in zoning frequently. It's probably not used in single family, but if you think about, like I said earlier, if it were used in single family, we may not have, such large single families in some parts of Milton that we're getting now. So. But FAR, on a 3-family might be a little less common, but it's very common on larger commercial buildings or multifamily buildings because it gives you another zoning tool.
I think you like in older neighborhoods, like I don't think of the Back Bay, South End, et cetera, smaller lots, same size buildings, they use it quite frequently because there's consistency. Whereas like in suburban locations, the lot coverage is much more varied, say Columbine Road, et cetera.
Well, we don't have a lot coverage requirement in single families either, so that's, we don't have enough
use it
controls.
in our multifamily housing. It's pretty consistent that our permits have had an FAR on multifamily.
In looking at the 25-page memo that you guys put together, and I was looking through that, I believe the FAR is for Granite, Milton Central, and Mattapan were at 1, and the Elliott Blue Hill Parkway at 0.5. At least that's what I read, although I've heard now that UTIL is proposing something larger than that. But in looking at the 0.5, when you're talking about just 3 units on a lot size where there's varied lot sizes, and I'm excluding the Columbines for now because I think the fourplex is out, but I was looking at Newaway Road in particular. That street will be hit hard. Every house on that is over 7,500, so it meets the threshold by which development will occur. And the values in terms of size for structures is dependent upon obviously the lot size. So the FAR stays the same. However, and I'm supporting the degraded type of FAR as we step up. I think once you get up to 10,000, perhaps it should drop 1/10 of a point, and then again either 12.5 or 15,000. And when I look at, say, an FAR, and I'm going with 0.5 because that's what I prepared before I came here tonight, on a 7,500 square foot lot, that yields you 3,750. So you divide it by 3 units, it brings each unit to about 1,250. That's a little bit overstated, say, from the FAR of 1 on the larger commercial developments, the Granite, Milton, and Mattapan, because I think an acre is 43,000 some odd number, and you're dividing it by 40 units, so that's about 1,080 square feet per unit when you're looking at larger developments in those locations. But when you step up to say So the 7,500 yields 3 1250s. When you step up to 10,000 using the 0.5 FAR, now you're at 5,000, and you divide it by 3, it's about 1,700. You get up to a quarter of an acre, 12,5, 66,250 divided by 3 is 2,000. You get to 15,000, which is a third of an acre. Now you're up to 7,500 divided by 3. That's 2,500 square foot units. That's a big increase from 1,250, from a 750 to a 1,500 square foot lot. So for that reason alone, I think that my neighborhood would be more burdened. Norway Road would be killed, quite frankly, because everything's between 8,000 and about 14,000, which is going to yield. And you put it at 0.7, then you get structures at 13,000. And I think of the house on Columbine, even though the fourplex is out, that's number 60, that's 1.5 acres. So that's 66,000. So if you had a 0.5 FAR, you could technically put a 30,000 square foot structure there for 4 families. So it's kind of way out of whack in some ways, I think, in that neighborhood. That the degraded step down is good, but the util number bouncing at 0.7 skews it even more, and I'd like to know why. I think
but Tim can explain it. It's all of these tools control how much you can put, what comes out of the compliance model. Each one of these zoning parameters, as they're called. Yeah. But one thing, if you think about, if you didn't have the FAR in there on a 10,000 square foot, then all you're looking at are the setbacks of 15, 30, and 20 total on the side, and 2.5 stories. You could build a lot more. Yeah. And so that's why I put FAR in. But it's a good catch to say we should think about grading.
I think you got to tone it down. Yeah. There has to be an inverse relationship.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. It needs to. Because the whole idea was not to have it be something that could be bigger than what would be the reasonable size of 3 units, right?
And then it becomes an issue of affordability. How can somebody, if you're looking to add affordable housing, how can you expect that a 2,500 square foot unit in a 3-family is going to be affordable, that somebody that we're trying to base this agenda on is going to be able to call home? It'll never happen. The other thing is, when you're talking about 1 parking space for each one of these units, it's inconceivable that a 2,500, even a 2,000 square foot unit is going to be allocated one parking space. It's just not in the cards, I don't think. And if that wasn't changed, then you'd have a lot of the streets cluttered with cars as well too. So
I should have said one other thing, as the lot coverage, is also a determining factor. But when I looked at some examples, it was really the lot coverage is like the driveway and the parking spaces were going to be the triggers. You add that to the footprint. Okay. But as far as the building itself, I still think the setbacks are the controlling, size-wise. But if you had more, somebody could propose more parking spaces as long as they still had 40% of the property as not
left
included.
Open.
Yes, no parking can go on the 40% of it, or no building.
That's fine, but I think what happens in this particular case, if you leave the standard 0.5 FAR or the 0.7, God forbid that happens, you're incentivizing destruction of homes in that neighborhood, because developers now know that they could come in and pay 1.5 to get 3 units that are 2,500 and make a good gain on it. So it will incentivize it. And I feel bad for the people on Norway Road, quite frankly. And I don't mean to laugh, that was unintended, because if I lived in that street, it's a beautiful street, I'd be very upset right now, and I'd be up here screaming.
Well,
and
I think
that we have to think about them as well too.
So you would like for Tim to go back and ask you
knock on the doors
to do this gradated, to look at this gradated.
Absolutely. I'd start with the 0.5. I came up before coming here today with 0.5, 0.4, 0.35, 0.3 to bring it down. And even at those values, it gives some latitude, but at a 15,000 square foot lot at 0.3, it still yields a 4,500 square foot structure, which is 1,500 per unit. So as long as you're meeting your criteria, which is the number, and again, you know where I stand about the classification. I don't agree with the 2461, but nonetheless, if we've got to do this, we've got to do it right and give consideration to these thoughts. So I just wanted to bring those points up. And then if I could just squeeze in 1 or 2 other little things, but just to bring it up, is that I'm hoping we're not going to see consolidation of lots. And if we're able to maintain lot setbacks and not allow incorporation of 2 properties with a fill a building to be put in place, we could probably do that. Because when I walk, and I'm in the city all the time, when I walk and see the outside structures, all these brownstones, they're old and they look like they're authentic, but many of them have been gutted. And perhaps that's what's going to happen here. If we have 3 families, you have to introduce life safety systems, sprinkler system, et cetera. But sorry, I need water. I'm not used to talking for long periods of time. But anyways, I think that that's going to be an issue too. So I'm hoping that somehow we're able to maintain lots as they are for development as opposed to consolidate, because I will just complicate. And then the last point that I want to bring up, just because, you know, I missed my opportunity before, because you had to let the Highland people get up here. But I honestly still think, when I look back and think of, had we been a rapid transit community, we'd only have Milton Station and physically in town, and we'd have Mattapan. So those would be the 2 areas of development. So for that reason, I think, and I know that you've talked about historic districts in Milton Village, I still think that Verizon building that's underutilized, sitting there along with just the 2 adjacent properties, F.A. King, the plumber, as well as the little 2-family White House, should be incorporated as part of that development area, because that kind of is the out of bounds area of the commercial district when it lines up with Randolph and Canton Ave. So I think to incorporate that parcel would also help to alleviate some of the pressure that's going to be felt in residential neighborhoods, because you're not displacing people there, you know, quite frankly. So I think that would be helpful to incorporate that as well.
Just one thing to note is that the minimum sub-district is 5 acres. So you'd have to grab more than just those couple of parcels.
And across the street, Coley Gleason, that would not help. It's on Canton
Jim,
Adams.
it's
not High Street, and you don't want to touch High Street, but I don't know if there are other opportunities, but I think that would clean and have a well-defined border for a commercial district that people, I mean, I wouldn't mind living there. It would be much, I think the Verizon building would kind of be a little bit like 88 Wharf Street. I went down there yesterday and took pictures from the backyard. You actually get beautiful vistas of the backside of the marshland and the river there too. It's a very nice looking building from the outside, not so much from the backside, but it could be done in such a way that's tasteful that it does complement the buildings that are down there. And I don't see evidence of it being incorporated in the plan. So I know you might put forth an article, but I would try to think about maybe putting that on there as well too.
Do you have that in your plan? Verizon building?
No, I do not, but I am open.
So
this board removed it.
The last thing, if I could.
Yeah, I just wanted to have Tim, before you go, explain the 0.7 and how you arrived at that, if you don't.
Of course.
If now or when you're done, whatever. But just, it would be good for him to explain
do it. I don't mean it. Yeah, let him, if you don't mind.
Well, so the 0.5 basically, there's a number of dimensional controls that you put on that affect the ability of the model to spit out units on a particular lot. And so in addition to the height requirements, the maximum units on a lot requirements, the open space requirements that we have, which are kind of a factor that we're not really talking about when we talk about the kind of off-the-cuff calculations of FAR that we've been discussing. There is an open space requirement, setback requirements. So the more dimensional parameters that you add, the more it restricts development and the more it kind of takes marginal parcels out of consideration and makes them ineligible. And so what they had found was, and kind of the charge that we gave to UTIL was, we want to include FAR as an additional dimensional control, because again, absent FAR, you're just talking about setbacks, open space requirements, height requirements, so all of the sort of parade of horribles that, we've been discussing are in play without FAR. But the charge was to include an FAR requirement that also held constant our overall density and overall kind of unit capacity numbers.
In terms of numbers?
Because again,
Okay.
What was that?
In terms of numbers?
Yeah, because we had arrived at a set of dimensional parameters and district boundaries that, this is option 1N, that kind of hit all of our numbers as close as we, could, in addition to all of the other priorities that the planning board's been talking about. And so, the FAR inclusion as kind of a last minute, addition to the dimensional parameters, the charge was set this at, here's what we're suggesting, 0.5 in the transit area, 1 in some of the other areas, here's the proposal. But if these numbers start to throw the numbers that we've already got out of whack, modulate the FAR number so that we're holding everything else constant, so that we're not going way above or way under on overall density, going under on unit capacity. And so that's where you get some of those, 1.1 on Granite Ave, 0.7 in the transit area, because the original, 1 on Granite Ave, 0.5 on Elliott Street made our numbers go below compliance.
So raising that FAR number up a bit has actually brought you closer to what the goal was?
Keeps
I would have thought it would have been just the opposite.
Keeps it where it was.
Keeps it where it was. So, but still, with the yield in terms of square footage, with the 0.5, so the 7,500 for the 15,000 would then be 10,500 for a 0.7. Divide that by 3. Now you're at 3,000 something unit. That's huge.
No, it needs to be gradated.
Yeah.
I agree.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely. And then the last thing I was going to, sorry, and I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, I absolutely agree with you. It should be gradated, and it sounds like we have enough consensus that Tim's asked for consensus from us. But I want to hear the other 3 members say that they agree, so that he goes with some clear direction.
Good, and I know you're getting close to deadlines, but it was introduced recently, so you need to have these conversations to refine the process. But in terms of the 2 communities that have 0.5 FARs, the corridor, Elliott, as well as Blue Hill Parkway, I think I had read somewhere that there's 153 total homes that meet the criteria for being greater than 7,500. And we know that the Blue Hill Parkway corridor is a little bit denser, smaller lots. And I do believe also, too, that development of housing and larger scale structures should be on major boulevards that lead to transit as well as business, et cetera. So is there any possibility, and I don't know if this would help in any way, shape, or form, because I don't want to overpopulate, quite frankly, but in scaling down slightly the Blue Hill Parkway so that there is a little bit more of a contribution factor introduced, such that it allows for even developments or a little bit less skewed development between those 2 districts.
Right now, it's a large number there versus Elliott Street.
It's larger there at greater than 7,500? Oh, I thought many of those lots are like under 4,000.
No, what I mean, the unit capacity there.
Okay.
And it's because there's not a 3-unit cap on the parkway.
Really?
So if you go to the chart, it's like over 100 units in the capacity for the parkway compared to that's not new, right?
Yeah, 109.
Again, off memory. Because I remember
new in the Parkway area,
yes.
And then only 70 in the Elliott Street.
Yes, and it's
then
because
700 in Granite.
Because there's no 3-unit cap and there's some larger parcels, because there's certain things included that may or may not, get redeveloped. But for example, the churches, the kidder, so there's a couple larger parcels that are in there.
Larger institutional ones that help contribute.
We've sort of forgotten that is a way through a park. The parkway is historical, and it was, it's a park. And a lot of those homes over there don't have a lot of outdoor space. And if you are up and down the park, and I lived on West Street there, and I lived on Blue Hill Parkway, you walk along the center strip. That's where you walk your dogs, and I am really quite fearful of Blue Hill Parkway down there, because nobody has come from that neighborhood
to speak. And that's sad.
And it's very sad. And I'm afraid they don't know what's going on still to this day. I have people coming in, even today, somebody came in to talk about fencing. They're like, oh, we need an ordinance on fencing. And I said, well, what about MBTA zoning? Oh, yeah, I'm not really paying attention to that.
Awful.
And so I feel really badly for the residents on Blue Hill Parkway.
Well, so my point is I wouldn't lower the minimum lot size on Blue Hills Parkway, and whether we should put a 3-unit max there is something that at this point it would throw the numbers again. One thing I want
to Verizon and those other couple buildings there, that's another 40-something yield there, so maybe that helps to balance it. I don't know.
Yeah, so there's Tim mentioned earlier about at a certain point it's what's going to town meeting. I've had a few people say, well, what let's say this passes town meeting, then what? And what if we get a change of classification, or what if the design guidelines change again? And I said zoning's changed regularly. So another special town meeting could be asked, the select board could be asked to schedule another special town meeting with enough time to do it,
So
to
Cheryl,
make
if I can
changes.
interrupt, on that point, that's why I want to go with Maggie's article, is because it always can be improved.
It won't be compliant, but.
You know what?
I go back, thank you.
Thank you.
And just one last thing.
Really, I thought you were going to go back.
I'll keep saying one last thing, but this is one last typo thing. On the parameters that I read, that's 25-page memo, the FARs listed as maximum, right? So it's, on Mattapan, it says minimum FAR of 1, at least the one that I looked. I looked at it 3 times, so just double check on that.
What was the memo you were talking, was it zoning
Well, it's the
language?
25 the zoning language is 25 pages. When it goes
Okay.
by letter, it's
Okay.
whatever it was, Elliott first and Central Milton, gets to Mattapan, it says minimum FAR 1.0. So
Okay.
what's a minimum FAR?
Yeah, so Tim, I guess that needs to double check that typo, yeah.
All right,
But
thank
And
you.
it's only in that one,
Just,
that one.
I'm not a spell checker, but that's the one I picked up on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, yeah.
Very good.
So I just think it's easier to increase this stuff than to decrease it. And I know we're breaking the law, but based on tonight's discussion, just on FAR alone, this thing has a long way to go. And now I'm realizing that on the Elliott Street corridor, we have a net gain of 70. Blue Hill Parkway, we have 100. Granite Street, we have 700. I think something's wrong there. And I think the maps need more time. So that's, you guys know where I stand. So I can say it every meeting.
So one thing that we had discussed, whether it's Maggie's article or this, I think it's relevant to both, is that we had talked about a maximum of 1 spot per unit, particularly, if the triplex area goes through, certain areas that our goal is to, we're saying this is going to be by public transportation, so we're we're not incentivizing vehicles. I can easily see a 3-family if there's a couple, 3 couples or roommates, a situation that easily would be two people per unit, could easily have 6 cars. And I think we would. We already have an issue, and if you drive up any of our neighborhoods with 2 and 3 families, there's issues with the too many vehicles and they're parking on the street or they're having to shuffle around, and it's an issue. So I would like for us to consider putting in minimum of the bicycle minimum 1, but cars, I think we should be limiting to 1 vehicle.
And I agree with that, but I sort of was wondering if though for commercial space, I don't think that would apply. I think it should be a minimum of 1 per 500 or 1,500 square foot for commercial space. It should be a minimum, but for residential, I think it should be a maximum. And to your point, you're right. When I lived on West Street, I had 2 roommates and there was a couple upstairs, and our driveway was an L, and there were 5 residents in that 2-family, and there were 5 cars. So,
Tim, is that addressed in what you've written? Is commercial, trying to remember if you have that certain units, or is that just 1 unit minimum per?
For the non-residential portion of a mixed-use project, I forget. I'll have to bring it up, but it is X number of spaces per, or 1 space per X number of square feet.
Okay, that's what I thought.
As a minimum, not as a maximum.
Yeah, mixed use has no minimum.
That's
that's what I thought. There's no parking requirement for mixed use, right?
Well, just to clarify that's a requirement of the mandatory mixed use provision. So
a requirement.
And we can talk about that. If we do mixed use on Granite Ave, for instance, irrespective of whether the mandatory mixed use goes through, you can put a minimum parking requirement there. If the mandatory mixed use doesn't go through in Milton and Central, you can put a minimum parking requirement. But if you want to do the mandatory mixed use, you can't have a minimum parking requirement on the non-residential portion, basically.
You can't have, right?
Can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cannot.
But for the residential, exploring
we could
this parking maximum is feasible.
Put a maximum. I would I would like to see that change made in whatever.
I'm fine with that on the residential.
On all the sub-districts?
So does that mean like no
thinking-
visitor parking or anything? Or so strictly if it's a 3-family, it's 3 spots and that's it? And we have no overnight parking, right? So you could only have 3 cars. If Granny comes to visit, she's not parking on the...
I mean, you
Anywhere,
can, no, so if they come to visit, all you have to do is call the police station and let them know that you have a visitor for the night or for the weekend, and they grant it to you
So I
for
would
a
say,
short term.
Granite Ave, you would need visitor spaces. There's no place to park there. So we've had a percentage that was in, I think, the Central Ave overlay that 36 Central was permitted under. I don't remember what that is offhand, but maybe
It's
that
1.5.
could be.
I think it's 1.
For visitors, was it? Someplace I know that there was a visitor requirement.
They do a shared use with the businesses during business hours, and then those are available at night.
I think it could be like just a percentage of parking spaces, could be like the number that's required for visitors. Tim, does that ring a bell with you?
I'd have to go back and check. I don't want to say it does or it doesn't.
Yeah, but didn't we do that for 440?
Something we did, yeah.
I
440,
thought-
I think you're right, we
Yeah,
did.
it had visitors.
So I don't
like
remember
8
on the
spots or
percentage
something.
though. But that was shared too with commercial, I think. Which would be okay if Granite had commercial. I mean, if a developer chose commercial there. But if it were all residential, I do think that there should be some visitor there because there's nowhere else to park. Or they would be across the street, which you wouldn't want on those streets there. So that maybe we don't, I would hate to see like too many parking spaces there. Yeah, this is where the build out analysis is key because you might not even be able to get one per unit by the time you factor in other factors. So maybe that's going to drive the unit count anyway. But maybe it's over there you put 1.5 is your max or 1.25 is your max and you don't designate that they're for visitors because then they can manage it there in a development.
On Granite Ave.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is
In
just
the other
Granite Ave.
residential
Yeah.
neighborhoods, the two, I think that's.
Because how does 88 Wharf work? They each have one, or do they?
They originally in their permitting had visitor spots, but as the restaurant got re-permitted for parking over time, and they put office space in that demanded more parking, they gave up the visitor parking. I don't know if that was evident to everyone at the time that went through, because the planning board wasn't always asked about parking changes. That goes through the ZBA. But there was a time it did come to the planning, but I forgot. It had, because the special permit had to be amended. But
does that model work? So does 88, the model of 88
They have a lot of parking.
Wharf work?
They have a lot of parking, so I don't know how many. They came at one point and said, we don't have visitor spaces. I was like, well, that's your building decided to take them away. Yeah. But they, there are, public spaces there on the street, on Wharf Street, for example, and there's that lot there. So it's like they have something.
So guys, that tells me that model doesn't work, right? So the mixed use with a restaurant now needs parking, so they're taking their visitor spots.
Well,
so wouldn't parking be really important there? I mean,
where?
At 88 Wharf.
Or at a commercial.
Well,
or any mixed use for that matter.
Yeah, this is why restaurants we don't even put the parking requirement in for restaurants. We leave that to the ZBA because it really is kind of, I think, dependent on the size of the restaurant. We can't, I don't know. Some places put it in, but I think what my recollection is here, that's done by the ZBA. So we put in an amount for commercial, but it's like we don't include it for restaurant. I mean, that's the way we've done it. I don't know.
I just get the feeling that once again, we're passing something that doesn't really work, but we're just doing it.
Except for Abbey Park had part of their permit, I believe, for minimum parking.
Didn't they share with the bank or something? There was some.
Yeah, it's tied to their permit. Parking spots are tied to Abbey
to their
Parks.
special permit?
To the special permit.
And that's going to be a problem when.
And then when Navarro came in, I think it was amended, but it was part of that Navarro and Abbey Parks.
I actually think that it was part of the special permit issued by the Board of Appeals, and we only had site plan approval. So like parking is tied to ZBA for those uses.
Okay. So maybe that's correct. All right,
Well,
so that would just be my feedback is,
So then the question is that language that Tim can get in quickly enough, or is that something that could be done later, I guess?
Parking maximums wouldn't impact our like compliance model work. And so I think that would be a more easy language change that has no sort of bearing on the mathematics. If you wanted to propose parking maximums on the sort of non-mandatory mixed use parcels.
Yeah, I think that would.
That's great.
All right.
It's for the select board to worry about.
That would be enough.
But if it's your recommendation, that's always helpful.
I think that
My
for whatever
recommendation is to revisit this
article
thing, Josh. Take our time with this.
goes forward. Thank you.
Can't say it enough.
Okay, so
anything anyone else has?
We've had a hand raised by Kristen for a long while. I don't know if you want to shift to allowing that like you did with Mark or.
All right, why don't we hear from her, and then I'd like Maggie to have time to go through her updates. So, yes, Kristen, welcome.
Hi. So thank you for taking my call. I sat and listened to Highland, and I just have to say that it gives me a lot of pause. Just, basically hearing exactly the same concerns that we have down here in the on Granite Ave, Cortland Thistle area. They're all basically exactly the same. Our streets are small. We don't have any parking. We have flooding issues. The traffic is horrendous. It's dangerous for our kids. There's no place for them to play. There's no place for them to walk. It's all the same thing. And it sounds like they've brought these issues up to you, and now they're dealing with this project that's being built, and nobody listened. So I got to say, it's given me a lot of concern. That aside, and hearing some of the other things, I just prepared some notes, and I'll go through them, and you can just take them, hopefully the same, a little bit. Kristen?
Yeah. Could you state your address for the record, please?
It's 42 Cortland Circle.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
So the first thing that I notice about the proposal is that it does not achieve the intended goal of increasing housing with access to the MBTA. Not even a little bit. The closest MBTA stop to this location is Cedar Grove in Dorchester. It's a walkable distance, but there is no pedestrian, like safe pedestrian or bike access to that station. And there's a couple of reasons for that, but I know you guys have been here for a long time, so I won't get into a lot of detail. All you have to do is drive it and you'll see. There's no safe and clear access to the square or to any other town amenities from this end of town. We're basically trapped down here. We don't have access in any other way but by vehicle. The traffic on Granite is dangerous and excessive now, especially during rush hour. Adding this number of residents and cars and bikes and pedestrians and everything else is just going to make it so chaotic and ridiculous. Something has to be done. I've been on the phone twice this week with Mass DOT and with Milton Police Department because I almost got killed twice this week. And coming in, trying to get out and trying to come in. It's ridiculous. There's a crosswalk on Granite Ave, but there's no light. Traffic doesn't even stop for cars. They're not going to stop for pedestrians that might want to think about using the bus line that's there. We have tidal flooding that's ridiculous. With every astronomical high tide or storm, it basically turns our neighborhood into an island. You can't get through on Granite Ave. It's flooded at President's and into the park and ride, which is where you guys you're proposing this development. It's completely flooded over the riverbank, and it's flooded onto where the Flatley building is now, which is why it's on stilts. I don't know how you're going to get anything there either. So I don't think resolving the sewage or whatever else is not going to do anything because there's nowhere for it to go. We've talked before about the traffic issues down here and the fact that our kids don't have access to a park. They can't get there because we don't have a walkable or bikeable sidewalk to get to the closest park, which is Andrews Park, and you want to add all of these units that, of course, will have kids, where are they going to go? You don't have any plans for green space or anything else there. And I think it's ridiculous that you guys think that one car or minimum one car per unit is going to be sufficient. There's no other mode of transportation from this area but by car. Every bedroom is going to have at least one car. Right now, we have 60 homes in Cortlandt Circle, Thistle neighborhood, and you want to put 700 units across the street. It's 1,100% more than what we have now. That is absurd. It blows my mind to think about that. And if you think about what's going to happen with the traffic is you're going to have a line of traffic from that lot right onto the ramp. There's going to be no way for anybody to get down Granite and onto the ramp. They're going to come out, and because of the backup, they're going to want to go right through Hope Street over to Squantum and into North Quincy. That'll get all tied up. There will literally be gridlock down here. It is insane the amount of units you want to put across the street from us. And then I guess the final thing that I wanted to just say is that, like, we have little houses over here. We have little lots and little houses. And, you know, you're going to put this big 4-story unit across the street. Like right now we see trees and then the top of the DPW building. Everybody thinks that that's so horrendous. We like DPW. They're a great neighbor. They come and plow our streets and stuff for us because they use our circle to turn around. And so on their way through, they plow a heck of a lot better than whoever it is that we're paying to plow our street. You know, like, I'm all for improving the town, and I would love to get some amenities down here. And I'd even like to get a little bit of attention down here because we seem to get ignored. But like, this is insane. It seems like because there's space there and because there's only a small number of residents down here, you can just throw the whole problem in our backyard. At least that's the way it feels. So I really want you guys, I know that this is down to the 11th hour and you've looked everywhere and everything else, but I really need you guys to go back to the drawing board here because you either need to make things better for us because right now our traffic is a mess, you know, and we have no place for our kids to play. So either you find a way to make it better down here because quality of life for us that are here now matters. Never mind for the new people that you want to bring in. That has to be part of the picture in this whole thing. And it just doesn't seem like it is. So, you know, I think that's kind of it.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Now, if we could let Maggie sort of talk about what you've updated. Did it get sent out to everybody?
Yeah.
To Josh did, right? So
Yeah,
Maggie's
that's
updates.
the
Okay.
email I got.
Great.
Yeah. So Kristen will be happy with my plan. So the thinking behind my plan is I believe that it meets the literal letter of the law. Some may argue that the guidelines equal law. You know, I've said this numerous times. I don't need to say it again. I think that is up for debate. So I believe that it meets the letter of the law as well as the spirit of the law. You know, and until a court renders a decision about the guidelines and that they're legally enforceable, that I am not comfortable creating zoning that could harm Milton. So, you know, Cheryl has spoken about our responsibilities. Our responsibility is to the current residents of Milton, and whatever zoning we create cannot harm our current residents. I believe that my proposal is a proposal that Milton can live with, even if the guidelines are changed or even if the law gets repealed. We all want to see development happen in Milton. We we are looking for development, we're craving development, and
Oh, the little, like, clock? No.
we want to have it in
But
the spaces that we think can support it. And I would feel comfortable if the places actually get developed that I'm recommending. We've already looked at them. They're not new places. They're the properties that everybody has accepted throughout this whole entire process. So they're where we think that multifamily and businesses is intended to be. And every argument that has been made about why we should adopt this mandate, and every headline in the Globe has defended it as an act that is intended to dramatically increase the supply of housing. So to hear people say that this act, it doesn't, is just a zoning act and not a production, it's a little bit shocking to hear, because we all know if we zone it, it will be built. I mean, we've all sort of said that. I'm comfortable. I just really am comfortable with the proposal. It is meeting the letter of the law. The law is 15 units per acre, multifamily, within a half mile. And half mile is what is explicitly laid out in the law. The law explicitly says it should be housing within a half a mile of transit. I sit on the Climate Action Committee, as our representative. And, it's a new committee. There's so many smart people on that committee. And, our greenhouse gases are up. And the questions we are asking is how come they're up? And one of the questions I've asked is if it's because we are taking down more trees and we're developing more. And that makes me nervous. And, we're here to write zoning, and zoning, as people have also said, our zoning hasn't changed since 1938. And zoning should take time. It should be slow. It shouldn't be reactionary. Good zoning should not be reactionary, and we are reacting to an unfunded state mandate. And I think it's a lot. It's a lot for our town to do in a short amount of time, to create the most amount of housing, 25% of our housing stock in the shortest amount of time. And I think the guidelines are going to change as the other 160 towns work through this process. So I know people have been critical that it's not enough, but for me, it's a really comfortable start. It's a good faith effort. We also have the 500 units coming from the 40Bs that I think people sort of forget about. And if you look at these 40B projects, some of them are 15 units per acre. Like the one on Canton Ave, by you, Cheryl, and people in your neighborhood are not comfortable with 15 units per acre. But here we are asking our town, especially Granite Ave, to take more than that. Another 40B on Randolph Ave is 40 units per acre. So I think 15 units per acre is the best that I could come up with. It's meeting the law, the literal letter of the law. And, I still have questions. I have questions about the process of the guidelines. There are questions about if, we all know guidelines are not legally enforceable and regulations are, and usually they have to go through a process, a comment process, and at the state, and these guidelines have not done that. So I think we would be harming our residents by jumping in to zoning to allow for 2,500 new units. I think that is more harmful. And I just don't want to be part of that. I don't want to be part of harming the town. And I would rather take our time. I'd rather be thoughtful. I'd rather be slow and steady. And, once a building gets built, it's there for a very long time. My house is, modest. My house is, less than 1,900 square feet and was built in 1840. And it's still a very solid house. And so houses and buildings are there for a very long time. And I think we need to be thoughtful. So my parcels are the same that I've showed before. It's where we want them. It's 88 Wharf and Extra Space and Webb Mill and all the way down into from Milton Hill to Central Ave and then Unquity House and Blue Hill Parkway. And as I said, Blue Hill Parkway is really kind of special to me. I've lived different stages of my life down there. My kids were born down there. I went to school down there. And I am afraid that those neighbors are not being represented. So that little triangle of, the service station and the foodie and Knights of Columbus, I think, town meeting has passed a zoning article a couple years ago to help that corner. And I think that would be, this would be an acceptable amount of development down there, being respectful of the parkway and its residents. So I've incorporated some of the language, most of the language that Cheryl has provided. Cheryl does a great job, going in and diving deep. And, we all should be thankful to all the effort that she puts in. And so I've incorporated all that in it. But I also understand by incorporating it, it triggers a 2/3 vote, not just in, I think, my article, but any other article too. So it is a higher hurdle to clear, but I think it's a safer, better proposal.
What triggers the 2/3?
I think the site plan.
You can have site plan review.
Yeah, but I from my understanding, and as I watched the Brookline discussion, they said the same thing. So that is my question. And the other thing I wanted to add, the other question I have that would probably trigger it is an increase in affordability. We watch what goes on in Boston, and Michelle Wu wants 20% affordable. I think she might have settled at 17, like that's what she's advocating for. So I think Milton should be the same. My fear is if Boston has a higher affordability rate, then some of those developers may not want to build in Boston and come to Milton. I think we, our kids are the same age. My daughter is a teacher here in town. And, my son's friend works at the DPW. So I'm very, very aware of our town employees. And I think we should be able to have them live in the town in which they grew up. So I do think having a higher affordability rate, more than 10%, I have it at 15% in mine, but I really have been thinking, maybe it should be 17%. But again, I think that triggers the 2/3. And, I've talked to people and they've said, well, why don't you write something that would pass by 50%? Because 50%, it could pass by 50%, but it wouldn't be the best thing for Milton.
So on the special, just because of the 50% 2/3 vote and the site plan approval, can we just ask Tim about his understanding, because my understanding is that site plan approval is allowed to be included. It doesn't trigger a supermajority vote. So Tim, do you have an understanding about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to double check Maggie's language. I've read it, but
no, just the idea of.
Well, no, I mean, so to that point, you know, site plan review for by right projects is allowed. There's case law that backs it up. You know, I know we're not going for compliance under the guidelines, but the guidelines for MBTA communities acknowledge that site plan review is an allowed tool. So, you know, there may be something else afoot in Brookline, you know, in terms of, you know, especially for their form-based code, there might be some additional kind of scrutiny. So, and that's another one where again, I've kind of looked through that, but maybe not as closely as I need to answer this question. But generally speaking, if the language in Maggie's article kind of mirrors some of the stuff that you've put into the select board article, I think we should still be, you know, in the simple majority realm.
I think you've hit that with the form-based code, because I looked at the form-based code for thinking, okay, we can't do these design standards. They're way too prescriptive. Like I thought that it wouldn't fly for a site plan approval. So I think that's what makes sense. Tim, can you also comment on, I thought that the law says you can't require more than 10% affordability unless you do an economic feasibility analysis.
Well, again, that's the guidelines. So if we're not going for compliance under the guidelines, then it is what it is.
And again, I've spoken to a few different developers, and I've asked them, and they've said 10% in Milton is probably too low, 20% is probably too high. So ideally, I believe it's somewhere between 13 and 17% is probably the right percentage here in Milton. So that's why I sort of settled at 15%. And I think that's what Brookline was thinking about too. So the only other thing, I think Brookline had a max height of 48 feet. And we, I think, had 50 feet, not that it's, 2 feet.
That's not in all the districts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
it depends
then
what you're looking at, district.
But most of it is the same. It basically just did a cut and paste. The really biggest difference is just the number of units. But to other people, there are other places in town that if people are concerned about, the 527 units, there's an opportunity at other locations that may make sense, but I'm sensitive to all the work that different boards have done before us. I'm sensitive to the fact of the long process that this board went through with all the neighbors in Milton Village, and I'm sensitive to the fact of Milton Village now trying to become the first local historic district, and I wouldn't want to step on any other board's toes. So I've left out, the Verizon building and some of the other buildings in Milton Village for those reasons.
The one thing is that you wouldn't step on toes. There's a protection that's afforded by the historic district that's not afforded elsewhere. So, it's actually better to zone in the area that has the better protection than to not, right? So that's just because, you have that process is independent of this one, just like Concom. And unlike 40B, they don't get usurped. Whereas 40B usurps those, you lose that local control, but not with this zoning, MBTA zoning. I don't know, whether it's not, I have a question about whether it's considered MBTA zoning and then otherwise it's just zoning. And at that point, I did have some questions about the reality of how many units, if you're looking really to think about producing some units, most of these sites already have units and they're fairly new buildings, so you're not really looking at. We included them overall because we wanted to take credit for the housing, multifamily housing that we already have, but if that's your only district, then I don't see where that's considered good faith to zone areas that we have brand new buildings in them that are multifamily. So that your net new units is relying on, I think, mostly like 2 or 3 properties, Extra Space, Storage, the Webb Mill Building, and 2 Granite Ave, and then maybe Steel and Rye is scattering.
Yeah, Blue Hills Parkway, Unquity House, Curtis. But also, if you look at it, I was conservative in doing the 15 units per acre. You know, Extra Space under 15 units per acre would only would yield 50 net new, and I do think there's an opportunity to at least go as high as 88 Wharf, but I sort of wanted to just be consistent, and I think it then creates an opportunity to then trigger maybe a special permit, you know. So this is just as of right, you know. Just take Extra Space for example; it's 50 units as of right, with mandatory first floor.
You know that if you were just looking at doing housing, that you can do housing on Extra Space Storage and the Webb Mill Building right now under the overlay zoning, right? So you don't need this zoning to get housing there. And so the only one that really would net any units is the business use right now at 2 Granite Ave, which doesn't allow for that residential. So it's like you don't need the multifamily zoning. And you know, as far as the Blue Hills Parkway one, you know, there's an interest in some neighborhoods not to lose a small amount of business neighborhood retail that they have. And because zoning was added later, those are pre-existing non-conforming uses, so they don't conform with the zoning for those parcels. And the overlay did not allow business use. It only allowed residential use, and it didn't apply to the food mart and to the auto place, and it only applied to the vacant building next to it. And the reason nothing's happened to that is that zoning required them to buy the single family that's not for sale because somebody bought it and renovated it and lives in it. So it's when you do the zoning for a particular owner of a piece of property or a particular use that hasn't gone through sort of a more public process, that area should absolutely, I think, be considered. But it's tiny. Should it be part of something that considers the whole area, like the Parkway? I think yes. But so, you know, my concern about this is it's not really addressing a need for housing, and it's certainly not addressing the MBTA communities. So I think it's really false to think of it as an alternative to a compliant article.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Sean or Jim, any comments from?
Well, I'd like to start with asking Maggie to, and Josh, maybe you can put up on the screen the table that Maggie has prepared.
I will do that in a second.
It was in the documents. You guys might have it printed on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And Maggie, I'd like just you to walk us through this, if you would, when we get it up on the screen.
Yeah.
And when we get it there, Maggie, I do have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
The one I was looking at is the other Excel document that indicates the current units and the proposed units based on 15.
Must be this guy.
Yes, sorry, I was doing the process.
Nice.
There we go.
Thanks, Josh. Thank you. So Maggie, your column C is the acreage of each of the parcels, right?
Yep,
And I assume that 22 is the total acres?
correct.
Okay. And then the 266 is the total of the current units on those properties?
Correct.
Got it. And then your next column E, is the number of units per acre?
Yeah, sort of like the average.
Got it. And then I think if you took your 12 is the current average units per acre on those properties, right? So 266 existing units on 22 acres brings us to about 12 units per acre.
What did I miss?
Yep.
Okay. And then if we would increase to 15 units per acre, those properties would yield 331 units.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm trying to follow the net new units. How did we get the 186?
And I have to think about that. So it took
58 extra space, 31 at J.D. Wild.
it was 331 minus 260.
I'm good with the total. So I have this opened in the Excel format that you did it in.
Yeah,
And if you do,
let me see if I have my,
well, if you have the column up, it does equal 186. But here's where I think, and maybe Josh, do you have that in an Excel format on your screen?
What else do I need to have?
Is that the Excel file or is that a PDF he's asking?
This is the Excel.
Okay. So Josh, and you can check this or anyone else that has it in Excel. I think the number of 266 and the number of 331 are not correct.
did I do a mistake in my formula?
Maybe. You know, the 266, as I see it, should be 339. And the 331 should be 373. But Josh, if you check that,
Yeah.
see what.
D, the sum is 339 of all those parcels, Maggie. It looks like you started your account at row 6.
Oh, instead of the,
88 Wharf.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
It seems like that might have been a universal problem.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, agreed. And I think that 41, you know, for the 15 units per acre is the difference too in the other column. So
Yeah.
I think those columns should probably be 339 and I think it's 373.
Okay. I'm trying to find my original. What did I?
So you're saying the 186 is correct, Sean?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I know those two columns I just mentioned, the 266 should be 339 and the 331 should be 373. That I'm sure of.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so the
net new
question-
looks correct.
So the question is on the units per acre is if it's only excluded 88 Wharf, then but if you did 3 acres times, 45, 50 would be about right.
I'm not
2
sure
acres
where
at
my original.
1531, that would be about right.
Some 373, you can call them that.
So does 186 and 339 equal 527? Doesn't seem like it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I don't know where my original one went to, so my apologies for not having it correct.
That's right, we still get the intent.
I don't know why it's not coming up.
Big picture, I like it.
Well, it looks like if 15 units an acre yields you 373, and your current is 339, you're getting like 20 some units, right?
That's true.
Now, if you do 50. Sorry, my Excel isn't coming up. Well, if you add up, just on my calculator, I'll net new, I think it's,
I think it adds up. So
adds.
I think the way this table is built, if the existing property already has greater than 15 units per acre, the net new unit column reflects a 0,
yes,
right?
Yep.
Which makes sense.
yep,
So, like for example, 88 Wharf, it has currently 73. And 15 units per acre, it exceeds that because 15 units per acre would be 41. So we show a 0 in that column, right? That's what you have.
correct,
Okay.
yep.
Okay. So it looks like, let's see.
So isn't the net new really only 30 some units then? Because we have more capacity in some of these than what this new zoning would allow. So wouldn't it be 373 minus 339 equals 34?
No,
I don't think
because, no, because just at 2 Granite, there's currently 0.
Okay. So you've already got extra though already that you don't have from 88 Wharf. So those, you like lost them now.
No, and so that has 0. 88 Wharf, I have.
Yeah, but you're only counting 41 of the units instead of 73 of them.
Well, I think what matters is the column to the far right, current units or proposed. So I believe this is aligned with how we've looked at all of these. This particular article would have 527 units, of which 186 are the net new.
Correct.
I just want to make sure I understand this.
No, that is correct, and it's similar to what, you just said. It's like my 527 would equal Cheryl's or the select board's 2431, but my 186 would equal your 1,800.
So the math is still not even right though. 527 minus 339 is 188, not 186.
Right.
Yeah, it's not intended
I'm
to.
just not understanding, I guess.
Okay, it's not intended to calculate that way. So the net, so the column on the far right, the number in that column will either be the current units if it exists, if it exceeds 15 per acre, or the number in the number in the column that's 15 units per acre if it's greater than the existing. So for example, extra space storage reflects 50 because the existing is 0. So over in the column on the right-hand side with the current units are proposed, a 50 is represented. So that's how it's built. It's not intended.
But shouldn't 527 minus 339 be the net new units?
Yes, so it was, I have it at, 527 minus 33.
And that is 188, not 186. I guess I'm not sure where the mistake is.
Yeah, so I missed it. So it's, my math is wrong because I didn't capture the top. And I captured the top on one of them, but not on the other.
Okay. So it's really,
So I think you're right, Cheryl. 188.
okay.
So I was trying to do it the same way as UTIL was doing it, was just, taking what was already existing and trying to incorporate it into our plan. So kind of the same process. And as I said at the beginning, some people are going to be critical that it's not enough. But I also said at the beginning, it's not going to cause harm in case the guidelines get changed or even if the law gets repealed.
Well, the guidelines are not going to drop us down to this level because nobody's at this level.
Yeah.
So there's my question about being a good faith effort, not even to get close to the 50% of what we've been looking at.
And again, I just was going by the law. That was my leading principle, going by the law. And
what's your definition of reasonable size then?
So that is my understanding. When the legislators voted on this, they put in reasonable size because every town was so different.
And that's why they gave the agency the authority to figure out how to make sure towns comply with that reasonable, right? And that's how they came up with their compliance model, right?
Well, I think
that may be true
because we're having a hell of a time.
Everybody says that, though.
Yeah. So that.
I mean, most towns are having a lot easier time than us.
No, I don't think so.
I do.
Yeah.
Brookline,
Well, whether they are or they're not,
300, right? They were slick.
I think whether some town is having an easier time than us or not, I think the reality of it is that, the lens that this was viewed through was not specific enough and local enough that anybody really understood how it would impact us, which is why there's such a struggle. But to continue with my thoughts and comments, this is less than I'm comfortable with. I've said probably enough times that anybody that's here tonight, our members or anybody that's listened, I think 2461 is far too big for the town of Milton. Our resident Kristen that just spoke before we got to this discussion that we're in right now makes, I think, great points. And putting 700 units on Granite Ave is absolutely not in the spirit of trying to build housing on transit. And my memory of when the idea of building housing along transit lines, and this goes back a long time ago, probably 30 years ago, it could be more. It was to use barren parcels of land, not to take apart existing neighborhoods in order to accomplish that. What this is causing towns to do, certainly our town, is to change dramatically what exists in order to achieve a number. So I don't support the 2461, but I also can't support this because I feel an obligation for a good faith effort to do as much as we possibly can and create zoning in balance with preserving aspects of the town that I think are important to preserve. The neighbors in Cortland are important to us. Just because they happen to be on the edge of the town doesn't mean they don't matter. They matter as much as anybody in any other neighborhood. And to do to add 700 units down there, I think is completely unfair to the residents that live there. In terms of affordability, I am a proponent of at least 15%. I also have spoken with the development community. And the goal here, for me, my own preference is that we have the highest percentage of affordable housing that we possibly can have. And I have heard that also, as Maggie has stated earlier, and I think Cheryl has as well, that, somewhere in that range of 15, 16, 17 is possible. So I would hope whatever we do, we establish a percentage that's in that area. And lastly, I think throughout the town, there are people that want no change. There are people that want total and complete change. And I believe that this should be compromise. And I will be in favor of something in the order of magnitude of 10%. I won't be in favor of 25%, and I won't be in favor of what we're reviewing right now that Maggie has put together. I absolutely respect Maggie's opinion, and I respect Cheryl's opinion. But I feel an obligation to do what I believe many of the residents in Milton would like us to do, which is to be a participant, to create zoning that allows us to build housing, to create as much affordable housing as we possibly can, and retain as much of Milton as we can possibly retain while we are participating in this effort.
Thank you, Sean. You've spoken to Sean. Jim,
so
give you an opportunity.
Unfortunately, I'll never be a 2461 guy. I just think it's too much. And I understand Maggie's argument about the law. And I think it's important to take that into consideration. But I have said all along that I really feel that we're an adjacent community. And, I think that if we could get this up to 1,000, I don't know where, but maybe you include that Verizon building. Maybe we do just play with it a little bit. I think it would be a much more palatable option. I really don't agree with the select board's plan. I just think it kind of pits one neighborhood against the other. So I like the way you're going over existing commercial areas. I just think it needs to be a little bit more. And I don't know exactly where that is, but I'm sure in the next week or so we could work on it and get there.
Well, so the problem is timing. And as I said last time, it all comes down to timing. I think, if I was here just as a resident, I would support non-compliance for another year. That is what, as a resident, I would do. But I'm not here as a resident. I'm at this table as an elected planning board member, and I felt like I had to do my job to put forth something that I was comfortable with. The planning board hasn't put forth anything yet, so I took it upon myself to do something that I was really comfortable with. So, I just felt like I needed to do my job. And so this is what my best faith effort has been. I understand the need for a little bit more, but I was also nervous about incorporating other parcels where we have had discussions about not incorporating certain parcels. So I was being respectful of all the work of Milton Village and the residents of Milton Village and their process of 4 years, which I was not part of, but I've heard that it was a very, it was a time of angst for people, and I didn't want to negate that feeling. So they have not had a chance, just like the Blue Hill Parkway. We haven't heard from them. We haven't heard from a lot of people from, the Milton Village area. None of those people have come forward. And part of me I thought they were, sort of felt like they were a little bit protected because of the process they just went through, and we were being respectful of that.
They're not in the districts that are being proposed either.
Yeah.
So they are not in the district, so they are protected.
Yeah.
And even if they weren't in the district, if town meeting goes with the recommendation of the local historic district, they'll have that level of protection as well. They will have the most protection of any part of Milton at all.
Well, I think
Which might be more reason to add
So
them.
I do think,
I know it's good.
It's clear.
Yeah.
Might be more reason to add them to this and get the numbers up a
there
little.
could be.
It's a great opportunity.
Yeah, and as I said, there's an opportunity, I think, for more at Extra Space, and I think more at 2 Granite. But I was, again, my leading principle was looking at the literal law that our legislators voted on. That's what they voted on. And that was my guiding document. So I do think there's some flexibility. I don't think it's going to get up to 900. I am fearful that if we go to 900, that the guidelines may change, or the law could be repealed or amended, and then we would be stuck with 900.
We're not stuck though, remember that.
That's the risk.
Yeah.
No, that's a big risk. I get it.
So it's a risk, and I wasn't ready to roll that dice. And again, my just personal philosophy is zoning should be slow and steady. All the impacted neighbors should know about it, and I don't feel like they know about it. And that was the other question I was going to follow up with Tim, is do we have to notify everybody in the impacted areas with a registered letter? I think I asked that before, and you thought maybe it was just special permit, not just a zoning change. But that's my fear, that so many people still don't know. Granite Ave neighborhood, they're just starting to be heard in the past couple meetings. And Kristen from Cortland said it, and I wrote it down when Bard was speaking. As he mentioned earlier, zoning is so important. The language is so important. And because it seems to me the guidelines have been changing, and, Tim has argued that it's just a minuscule de minimis change in August, but it's changing. And I just don't want to do harm.
So one thing, can I comment about the zoning changing slowly? It's why the legislature passed the 40B law in the 1960s, and Milton chose to ignore that law for
So
the
not
most
just
part.
Milton.
I know, I'm just saying,
Just
because
Milton.
we are elected in Milton,
Yes. Yeah.
and the consequence of that we thought we wouldn't have to worry about. So we didn't have to worry about it for decades, but we've had to worry about it lately with all the 40Bs because development community caught up with Milton, right? My concern is we lose local control that way. And if the reason the legislature passed a new law is that we have a housing crisis, a housing shortage, and prices are pricing people out completely, and it'll affect the economy eventually. It'll affect all of us eventually. It'll affect our livelihoods eventually if people can't afford to live here, right? So if they ask communities to do it, communities have slow walked doing anything, so they put a state law in place. If communities don't comply, do they just walk away and say, communities don't want to comply, or do they do something more like a 40B law? I think that's pretty high chance, or pretty risky chance, to take zoning away completely. They've given us a tool to really craft this that can, and I think that, yes, maybe there'll be more to learn, and I'm hoping the guidelines will change favorably and we can continue to modify the zoning, because that's, in my experience on the board, is zoning has been modified somewhat. The single family has been sort of the underlayment since 1938, but there's been multiple changes on allowing multifamily, mostly age restricted. But, there's the Great Estates bylaw, there's the cluster zoning, there's the overlays in the village, there's the memory care, et cetera. So it's not that zoning doesn't get changed, even with the supermajority vote. But the reason they did the housing choice legislation a few years ago to change from supermajority to simple majority on housing, because not enough people, not enough communities were allowing multifamily housing, which is a way to address affordability, not necessarily in the deed restricted or the SHI level of affordability, but by nature, a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom unit as a condo or a rental apartment is going to be less expensive than the average single-family home that's over $1 million or close to $1 million now. So I fear that if we're not compliant, that we're going to head down a path of having less local control again. And I actually think that they've given us a lot of tools, and we can still. I have always felt like we're in a much better position to argue if we do our very best effort at good faith work, right? And I think, honestly, we've talked a lot, even though we haven't voted, we've talked a lot about the maps and the criteria and the design that have informed what the select board has voted on. So whether people here want to take any responsibility or credit for that, I leave up to each of us. I wish we would vote, because I think it's better for the people of the town to vote on that article. But I think we're in a stronger position to say, we're going to stay compliant, or we're interested in being compliant, but we see after using all of these tools you've given us that we would like you to change those tools a little bit more. But we haven't done that because we've gotten to decision-making points pretty late in this process. So we're at a point now of making a decision about something that's compliant or something that's far from compliant. And I would rather have us continue to work on compliance and trying to inform compliance, even if we have to go back and change it later.
Cheryl, I just have a question on that. Are you suggesting that that you're a proponent for compliance? And are you suggesting that if we find that there's a problem in our compliance later, that we would go back to the state and ask for relief, and they would do so?
I guess we haven't received any response about, remember early on in this process, we said, what if we saw something that we said was going to be difficult for Milton to do, whether it's wetlands or proximity to the Boston and having land area, et cetera. If we made a strong argument that in our best efforts, that we feel like we would like to ask for this relief. We never went back and asked for any relief. But if the relief were, we have our districts, we would like to cut down the density on the Grand Ave. And we don't see that there's another valid area to put that density. So this proposal we would like to change. And then at least we're showing them that we have something, which our initial goal is compliance, but we could ask for some change in the guidelines so that we can modify that compliance as they agree to change the guideline.
Yeah. One example is we said that letter about most of our area being in the Neponset River and city of Boston. And so the guidelines grant us that 50% outside of the half-mile radius allowance. And that is helpful for us to plan. That is a gift from the state for us to be able to do this.
My opinion on this,
it depends on the developable land area within.
So it's not like they changed it just for Milton. That was a criteria they had. They were like, okay, boom, you can have that.
They made it in response to questions from communities like Milton and from Milton.
Cheryl has spoken to us many times of how Milton has achieved the position it has. And I think just some moments ago, you mentioned how the town didn't participate. I think that law was 1969. And I think you stated how the town didn't participate in following 40B. I wouldn't expect, if we put zoning in place, I honestly wouldn't expect, based on the comments that you've made for months about how our town is viewed by the state, I wouldn't expect the state to give us any relief of any zoning that we pass. And Granite Ave, I think, in so many ways, is an example of what's wrong with this attempt at zoning. 700 units on a roadway that doesn't have any of the access that the resident of Cortland spoke of earlier. There's nothing you can walk to. You can't reasonably walk to the train, although there is one not too far away. I think the resident is also correct that there'll be a vehicle probably per bedroom. The problems that will create on Granite Ave, in my opinion, are far greater than the potential problems with the state. So sure, I agree. Both present risk. Moving forward zoning that could do something like that in Milton, that kind of development in that area is absolutely risky. And I know it's risky also to not zone for the 2461. I happen to believe that the risk is greater to put zoning in place that we don't believe is good zoning. And we probably have to go back a number of meetings. And I offhand, I can't tell you which one it was, but even Tim had said at one point, very early in our discussions months ago, and he may feel differently now, but he did say at that point in time, it would be a mistake to put bad zoning in place just to get it done by 12/31.
Thank you, Sean.
Wow.
So it's almost 5 after 11, and I just want to say I just want to thank this board because I think that we are really demonstrating to the residents that we understand the magnitude of this decision, and I think it is in 100 years probably the biggest zoning initiative that this town has undertaken, and so. For the residents, we do not take this lightly, and that is why it has been such a challenge. It is incredibly complex, and we have come a long way. I think we've actually made some good progress. I continue to have real concerns with the triplex area, with Granite Avenue, the number of units that we're looking at on Granite Ave. I wish we had more time to fine tune this. I have concerns with even the number of units in East Milton Square would be 3 districts that I would really like to hone in on and work with. I feel like we could do 10%. I feel like we could do that. And with more time, we could get to a 10% number. I just don't see how we put the zoning for the 2,461 without really creating some issues with that. And I would hope that the residents, the select board, the town meeting members would be very cautious when considering this. Maggie, you have done and Cheryl, I just want to thank both of you for really going out on this. And I think because the one thing we don't want to do, I think all of us want to do something. None of us, I don't think anyone on this board is saying, let's just not be compliant, let's just not do anything at all. We are trying to put a good faith effort in to doing what is best for the residents. And I understand the guidelines and what we're learning. But I don't think the select board's article is ready. I think there's things that we're still, every week we've improved it and we continue to do that and we're doing our best. I would like us to continue to try to work on this, and this will be an ongoing process. Maggie, I appreciate yours. I think there really is an appetite for compromise in our town, in coming to a midpoint, not an all or nothing, but that we do something at least in that 10% range, which would be putting us in line with most of the other MBTA communities. And we'll know more. We still have not heard back from HLC, and I would hope that we would be treated fairly. I know that maybe the view is that we have not done enough, but a rapid transit classification, I just think is wrong. And but I do feel like we should continue doing this and maybe finding an area that is closer to maybe 1,000 units and doing some really good work to create some additional housing and increasing the affordability, because even at that 10% with the 3-family units, we're going to fall solely behind that 10% number. So I think doing something that would do more affordability, increasing the number of units would be what my goal is to strive for. And but I respect the select board in what they've decided to go forth with an article, and that will be on the floor of town meeting. But I just, at this point, at this late date, I don't think I'm not able to support.
Yeah, so are you saying that the planning board will not have an article?
I think that's my sense from what I'm hearing. I don't know if we want to have a formal vote on that, that we are not able to provide an article at this point.
So my fear is, like, for me personally, I believe in compromise as well, and I am afraid. So, as a town meeting member, I would have to vote no to the select board's article. I've said all along that I don't support it. And that is against my feeling of compromise. So that is I think that's a big gamble if the planning board does not put forth something. We have a job to do, and I think we should do it. So I'm not sure if it's a good thing that the planning board doesn't put forward an article.
Well, I've been, for weeks, maybe longer, I've felt that it was appropriate that town meeting have an option. And it's apparent that the one option will be a select board article. That's apparent. And I was hopeful all along, and I've said it probably numerous times, that I could support 10%. And I really felt that this really shouldn't be decided by 10 people, 5 on one board and 5 on another board. Town meeting should have an opportunity, having listened to what's been said, consider what will be said between now and town meeting, and let it be discussed on town meeting floor, and give both sides a chance to persuade why 2461 is appropriate, or why 980 or 10% or whatever that exact number is appropriate. And so I also feel that way, Maggie. I feel that the planning board should have an article. This has been really difficult. We've spent an awful long time really discussing and debating something that wasn't prepared by us. And a lot of energy and a lot of time has gone into that, rather than working to prepare something, for the planning board. But it's been difficult. You couldn't even ask a question of the consultant, Util. I tried at one point to ask Zoe, how many of these problems would go away at 10%, and she refused to answer my question. And I'm still disappointed. I persisted, and I couldn't get anything out of the consultant. I think that's wrong. I don't think that's serving the interests of the residents when a consultant responds that way. So there've been some barriers to getting an article, and I'm not saying that's the only barrier. This has been really challenging, and my preference is that the planning board has an article. But as I said earlier, I'm not in favor of an article that has the number of units that you had proposed. I would be in favor of an article that was in the order of magnitude of 10%.
The issue is the select board are meeting on the 24th, we would have to request that they open the warrant and have an article to present, because that's their last meeting prior to it going to print. So
24th of October.
Meredith, they've got an agenda item to take up a planning board article in anticipation of something coming out of this meeting.
But you're saying on the 24th.
Yes. That's right.
on the 24th, I had asked them to hold a placeholder, but if we're not at a place
So
where we have.
So I do think the planning board should put forth an article, and right now, my article is the only article. It's the best one on the table. So again, it's a process. So do you think we should at least forward it, and then we can always increase it with more?
Why don't we increase it this week and then at our next meeting vote on it if we can get.
Because that's after the.
That's after the select board's.
So ask them to open up the warrant again at their next meeting. Is that a big deal?
Then we
That's
miss-
past the deadline for the
Then
print,
we miss
the
the
warrant. So that's what
public
we're-
hearing notification.
I mean, I guess the only way would be if we vote to amend to a 10% number, but that's the calculations that we just don't have in front of us. So that's
We don't have
why
a
I
map
feel.
that goes with it, and, you know,
So we all know, I
There's
mean,
a lot of-
we've
Yeah, I
seen,
mean-
we've seen the maps. So again, I don't want to rush anything. I have, said that there's some places that could be increased. And
but the zoning would have to add districts. You
let me
know,
add-
it's
Tim, if we were to forward Maggie's article as exists currently, and then we would have to have a public hearing on that article, and we don't know if the select board will accept our.
Oh, and then green sheeted is what you're thinking?
And that we would, at our public hearing, make a recommendation to whether keep that number or increase to a 10% on our article.
What's the question?
I guess that the question would be.
Is it out of scope at that
yeah,
point?
so that's what I was
If we
thinking.
send
You
over-
can take away, but you can't add.
Doubling the,
Yeah.
more than doubling, I guess the question is that out of scope?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I mean, that's a town council moderator question.
Yeah.
It seems like it would be, but I hesitate to make a judgment.
I mean, things have been ruled out of scope that are far, what I would have thought, far less impactful than that, but.
So just a question, so Tim, what if we forwarded it sent it to the select board for consideration, and then at our next planning board meeting, we had a revision, an amendment to our article? We're holding the public hearing. The select board really wouldn't be.
It's a question of the warrant committee, I think, is.
Warrant committees,
I mean,
yeah.
you remember, we have Thanksgiving in between now and town meeting, and the warrant committee probably only has, I don't know how many meetings they have scheduled, but not very many left, probably just because of how many weeks are left, right?
So what's that meeting where they're holding the placeholder, the 24th of October?
Which is next week.
Yeah, next Tuesday.
Okay, so this weekend would have to come up with something and vote on it like the 23rd at some special planning board meeting and then hand it over.
But we don't have, we
You
can't
would
post.
violate open meeting law.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
at
don't have
this
enough
point.
time to post a meeting.
Yeah.
Well, unless we met like on a Monday, on
The
Monday.
23rd.
No, because you would have
That's
had
2
to
days.
post it today,
Yeah.
or the Monday.
Right, today.
We'll meet 24th at 5 before they meet. I don't know. I'm just thinking how we could do it to get that up to 10%.
So I'm,
to give the town an option.
whatever. Again, I don't want to force everything that I had said previously still holds true. I don't want to just create zoning just to meet a number.
Well, that's what this whole thing is.
I know, and that's why it's been very challenging. And, the legislators voted on 15 units per acre in a district of reasonable size, and that's what I came up with. And so in my mind, you guys might not think it's enough, but it's more than zero. So we have 2461 from the select board, and the planning board has 0. So 527.
I mean, you can think of it this way, though. You can think of, we're either compliant or we're not. And if town meeting decides that we're not going to be compliant, then the planning board would do what? Would we work on an article if the town meetings decided we're not going to be compliant?
Of course.
So that's what I'm thinking.
So
That's
why
what-
wouldn't we spend time, instead of trying to rush something in a few days? You know, I think that, yes, the maps could use more work. If town meeting rejects it, I would absolutely. I mean, we're up against a deadline on the maps. You've asked about things on the maps. We all have asked about things on the maps. It takes a lot of work to go back and run the compliance models.
That's what I would like to
And
see.
so I'd say let town meeting decide whether they want to be compliant or not. And then if the vote of town meeting is not to support the compliant article, then we go back and keep working. And I don't understand why we need a parallel path to it, because it's either compliant or not compliant. What level of non-compliance is what we're talking about, right? It's not really an alternative. An alternative to compliance is not compliance. And then we would have to go back and ask for some, relief of some sort at that point.
Or the AG will just sue us.
Or we'll get sued. Then we'll know.
Yeah, and then while they're suing us, we come up with a plan that we all think is good for the town. And then by the time it gets to litigation, we have a zoning article in place that's actually good for Milton.
I actually think
That would
we
be my argument.
could continue to work on the compliant map as well, but that's.
I think either
And
parallel.
then by then, hopefully the town of Holden case would have been settled, and maybe Rockport.
Because they're not getting sued by the AG, they're getting sued by activist groups.
Correct.
is
Yeah, they have
Yeah,
not
but
been
because
sued.
it's not, this December 31st deadline hasn't come yet, so we don't know what the AG
So
will
maybe
do.
January 1st, someone knocks on the door and gives us papers and sues us. But it's going to take a while to go through litigation. While they're doing that, I think we could come up with some good zoning. I mean, I know right now we have bad zoning. So
that is my feeling, is that I want to keep working on this. I think there's a lot of holes and it's the best that I know Tim has been able to come up with, given, what the work that we've been doing, the consultants have been doing. But I don't think it's something that should be voted on or approved yet.
Meredith, what are you suggesting we work on?
Let's see what town meeting decides. If they want to accept.
You're saying, if that's town meeting, you're saying we're waiting until 12/4.
The planning board.
Yeah, essentially.
And we're doing nothing until then.
We have a public hearing.
We'll
we're
have a
obligated
public
to do.
hearing on the select
I realize.
boards. Yep.
But we're going to put
Yes.
aside.
Yes, please, yes, come. Because I know you're.
You've also had hands up in the chat for a long time.
Okay.
I just wanted to support Maggie's motion because her plan is compliant with the statute, which is the law. The select board's plan is compliance with the guidelines, which are not the law. So you could let the town meeting decide on whether they want to comply with the statute or the guidelines. And I think you should submit both. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
All right, so we have other hands up, you said, Josh?
Yeah, Josh.
We have Ron Caccini. Ron, if you give your name and address.
Welcome, Ron.
Hi, Ron Cicchini, 26 Cushing Road. Thanks, Josh. I was actually starting to fall asleep a little bit. So actually, I did have a lot of comments prepared, but I'm just going to shorten it because some of it's already been addressed, and I am kind of tired. But really, so the topic of what I had written was, I called it the bottom line. And I think it's just crucial that town meeting members and the residents of this town know exactly what the bottom line is, that they know what the exact situation is, what they are voting for or voting against, what the cost of compliance versus non-compliance is. Because I think some of the details have kind of gotten lost. And so I just wanted to just highlight those bullet points and not read my entire statement. So I was pleased that, a week or so ago at the community forum that Mr. Zawinski reiterated that the cost of non-compliance is $35,000. And that was mentioned tonight. So I was pleased to hear that, because that kind of gets glossed over, that if we, as it stands right now, if we don't comply, there's a fee of you get hit by not getting certain state money. Yes, there is the threat of lawsuits, but as has been addressed, those come from advocacy groups and not from the AG yet. It's my opinion that the other point I wanted to make is that we, Milton, are just one of 12 of the 177 MBTA communities that has the 2023 deadline. The other 165 have 2024 and 2025, and they have a lot of time. I mean, some of them have started to address these things, but no one has had to address it, I would think, like Milton, or, well, the other 11 besides us. So there's a lot of things that are in motion, as you guys have mentioned. You know, guidelines are still being changed. I'm of the opinion not to rush into anything too quickly, because I think that once those other 165 communities get on board, you're going to see a lot more lawsuits. I know that besides Rockport was mentioned tonight, that the citizens of Rockport have filed a lawsuit against the AG and the Department of Housing. And I think you're going to see a lot more. You know, besides our beloved Alex Whiteside, who wrote a great paper on why this is unenforceable and unconstitutional. I think you're going to find a lot of other lawyers coming to the same decision. And so I think that making a decision now is just it's too quick. I think we could take the $35,000 hit and literally buy ourselves some time. And the other thing I wanted to mention was that in June of this year, so just a few months ago, the MBTA put out a study of the Mattapan line, and it was a ridership study. And for the Milton stop, they calculated there's only a daily 196 riders a day on average get on at the Milton stop. And they didn't have any studies about how many of those are Milton residents, but anecdotally, I asked around, and I did contact the MBTA to see if they actually had any ridership residency data. They did not. But, I hear anecdotally that, maybe up to half of those people don't live in Milton. So I don't know what the exact number is, but you could say maybe 100 or 150 of them are Milton residents. And so as part of the bottom line, I just kind of want to make it clear that, we are going down this road, we're embarking on this for what amounts to maybe only 100 Milton residents. And so I want the town to have a discussion about, whether or not we think it's worth it to keep the Milton stop. I mean, I know that sounds, a lot of people, throw up their arms and think that's crazy, but, we're already paying $1.8 million a year we pay $1.8 million a year to the MBTA for that stop. So that's almost $18,000 per rider per year, if you estimate that there's 100 riders a day. And because of those 100 or so riders, we're now being asked to zone for 2461 multifamily units and at untold costs to our infrastructure and everything else. So why shouldn't we at least discuss if it makes sense to keep this trolley? I mean, I know it's quaint and historical and people love it, but that's something that should be discussed. Is it worth it for those 100 riders? And not to disparage or discount those 100 riders, but we can come up with solutions for those people. We could probably create a shuttle system at much less than $1.8 million a year. So those are just ideas. The bottom line, I agree with what's been discussed, that take the hit. If someone actually wants to sue, that would take a while. So don't rush into making a decision by the end of the year. Take your time, do this right, have a town discussion about whether or not we even want to keep the train station. And if so, then I'm all for, going gung ho for reclassification. I think 2461 is a non-starter. And so that's my opinion. So thank you for giving me the time. And I just wanted to mention that in 57 days, it's the 250th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party. And if you remember, those men and women, they rebelled over a tax on tea, and there's tax on paper and some other things, but essentially a tax that is minuscule compared to the taxes that we pay today. And so, Milton was ground zero for the revolution. You know, Sam Adams, John Adams, Abigail Adams, Joseph Warren, they all walked these grounds. And so I just can't help but feel like, you know, we have an obligation almost to them, you know, being Milton residents, you know, to not necessarily just comply just because someone calls something the law. You know, there's a lot of laws and they said those laws were bad. And so I'm not saying let's be a bunch of law breakers, but just this idea that there's a law, you know, there's a lot of bad laws. And so we should be careful about, you know, following something just because someone says it's the law. So in the spirit of the upcoming 250th anniversary, you know, I say let's consider whether or not we really want to, you know, follow that law as it's written right now. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And it is almost 11:30, and I do want to let, we would love to hear from as many residents as possible, but next week we will be having a public forum on this, and there will be time to speak on this for residents. So don't feel like if you don't get to speak tonight, you will have opportunity to speak there is a public forum, Tim's public forum on the 1st, but also at the public hearing on the select board's article. There'll be opportunity to speak at both times. So with that, I think we should just end for tonight at 11:30.
Well, I just,
but I'm
the
sorry.
last
Yeah.
thing was, how does this, we all got this email, I know it came in late and I haven't totally absorbed it yet, about that any approval of this new zoning bylaw exposes us to a civil rights violation because of the
accessibility.
They're not accessible. ADA accessible.
I think that's going to be a legal question that we'll have to ask town council.
So we will have to. So my understanding is from legal counsel is we all have to take a vote to ask him a question because he just does not respond to one of us.
All right. So that is
not even the chair.
That.
Huh. Okay.
Well, I think we can ask for that information that we would want to find out.
Yeah. So I would like to know, can we get town council to weigh in on this letter and before we move on? Because maybe if this is true, then who knows?
It's highly unlikely to be the case. ADA accessibility at the stations is not strictly relevant to our zoning language. And our zoning is also not tied to the building code. So we'll ask town council, but I don't expect that to hold any water.
And just before, and I also just...
We will ask town council?
We will, but I don't expect him to come back saying that's the case.
And put it in writing. We'd like it in, I'd like his opinion in writing.
And we could forward that email. We can forward.
Yeah, I mean, the ADA is a civil rights legislation. So as an architect, when we're confronted with ADA versus, let's say, Mass General laws on handicapped accessibility, we're always said that the building code is what we have to comply by, and any remedy on the ADA is lawsuits, right? So
it's an MBTA.
It's an MBTA issue, not our issue in my view. But having someone else provide that opinion, I think is fine.
Yeah. And I just wanted to make sure that I'm clear of what I was hearing, that did the other members still want to submit? Because I don't want to gloss over the fact that Maggie is suggesting and proposing an article. Did we want to send that, given that we don't have time to move it to a 10%, which I think most people I heard would like to move it eventually to a 10%. Are we saying we still want to submit this, or are we willing to let town meeting have the discussion, and then we, based on what happens at town meeting, we could work on our article? Because I feel like we're really close.
So the discussion at town meeting would only be on the select board's article. So we would be agreeing to not give the town meeting residents an option.
And that's the only option we have. So
That's the only option we have, unless you created one.
So
Yet.
And I would go back to what is the risk of that, because it's not compliant anyway. So the town meeting is going to decide to vote for a compliant article or or vote not to support a compliant article. What is the different place that puts us in than the town meeting supporting an article that's not compliant? Because you still are going to have the loss
the
of...
law is the issue. That is the law.
We heard from town council their opinion about that. We're all ignoring town council's
I'm not
opinion.
ignoring it. I
but-
just am not on board with them.
And as he
Well,
said,
you're the attorney. You're not the attorney that's representing the town.
Again, it doesn't mean I have
So
to
they
agree
are
with
the
them.
attorney that's representing the town.
But there are
So
plenty of other attorneys out there that have different
So
opinions.
I guess
That's
the
why
question
lawsuits happen.
is,
I'm sorry.
I don't know how I don't feel we're ready, and I don't want to go before town meeting without something that is, I think whatever we send, we should have something that's fully ready, and be as close to perfect as we can. I know it won't be absolutely perfect, but I think we should be sending something that we know that we're confident in, and I don't think we're quite there yet.
I think it could be really quite confusing for town meeting to have something that's not compliant, and people are going to want to understand, well, why is this submitted and what makes it compliant or not compliant? It's going to be hard enough to understand the compliant article and what makes it compliant and what would trigger it not to be compliant. I mean, we've studied and talked about this at so many meetings, but still, I mean, it's not always reported accurately in the newspaper. People who watch are not completely understanding of it. And so I think it's critical for town meeting to be as clear as possible. You talked about zoning and being happy with it. I mean, presentations at town meeting are important. Having presentations in advance of town meeting are very helpful, so people can really digest the zoning. This zoning is still, even the select board article is going to be changed, we think, on Tuesday. So these have been moving targets, and boundaries of districts have changed until quite recently. So it's at a certain point, you have to recognize the ability of members of town meeting to be able to grasp what they're being asked to vote on.
I think they can get it.
I respectfully disagree. I don't think that this is that complicated. There'd be two articles at town meeting. One would have 25% with a certain number of zone residences, another would have 10%.
Yeah,
I don't.
That's a very, very basic simplification, and I think there's a lot more to it than that. And that the problem is, all we keep talking about is 2461. We already know that the net new units is 1,700 and some, and so everybody says something that we know day one is inaccurate, and we keep repeating the inaccuracies. And that's the problem we're going to have at town meeting, is that people keep repeating the inaccuracies, even people on this board.
So
First, I'd appreciate it if you don't interrupt me, and I won't interrupt you. I don't think town meeting would struggle to understand this. And yes, I also believe that 2461 is really a net new of somewhere between 17 and 1800, and 10% might be a net new of 850. So I don't intend to confuse town meeting, but I do believe town meeting deserves to have an option. And I'd prefer to see us have two articles before town meeting. So I have one question, Meredith. Mm-hmm. If we were to commit that Maggie's, and this is just for managing process, if we were to vote to move Maggie's article so it could be considered by the select board on Tuesday with a commitment that we would increase it to 10%, would we then be able to maintain the opportunity to move an article along a pathway so that it could get into the warrant at 10%?
Tim, do you know, we certainly can try to do that and move the article and let the chair know that the intent is to update it to a 10% number. which would be compliant with an adjacent community. And I think that would have to be, we'd have to hear town council just to how that on that process piece. So I think the first step we would have to do.
Calendar.
Yeah.
And they're meeting on the 24th and it goes to print on the 2nd. So that's.
I think the first step is to move
1
your
week.
article forward.
We would have to.
I would only support Maggie's article if there was a commitment that this article would increase to 10%.
I can get behind that.
I can't see that without seeing a map. Where's the other 10% coming from?
I don't know, Cheryl. And at 11:38 tonight, I don't think we're going to figure it out tonight. I don't know.
Well, that would be like supporting a select board article without an accurate map, which I can't imagine any of us doing. So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
So I've
It
made
may
a
have
motion to
by
move
the select board.
Sorry.
So, I don't know what I'm thinking.
So could we move this forward, and then could we, instead of meeting in person, could we send a map around via email? Does that work?
No.
Deliberation is still a violation of the open meeting law.
We would have to schedule a meeting, and it could be, post our public hearing, but we would have to.
Tuesday, it would have to be before the select board's meeting on Tuesday. So what we would have to do is work on an article the next few days, have a meeting on Tuesday.
But it could not be jointly worked on. It would have to be yours.
Yeah.
It can't.
So you'd have to come up with another 10% somehow.
Which could be adding the district maybe reducing the size on Granite Avenue and.
So I didn't have Granite Ave on mine because I was
Right.
outside the half mile. It would be increasing to Granite. It would be increasing extra space.
And keeping East Milton?
I don't have East Milton in mine because that's outside.
Maggie, add the Elliott Street corridor.
Could add the Elliott Street corridor.
It's in spirit with what this intention was.
Okay, we can get this done. So I'd like to make a motion to push Maggie's article forward.
Move it to the.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Does that, I'm sorry.
To Tuesday? I mean, we have to.
No.
We don't have to vote on it.
What do you mean?
I mean, we're voting on it now.
Well, we will just I will let them know that that we will be sending something for them.
Yes.
We will have it to them before their meeting on Tuesday.
So I'd like to make a motion to move Maggie's article forward with a commitment to 10% as opposed to 5%.
And to include increasing extra space, increasing Granite Ave.
And adding the Elliott Street corridor.
And adding Elliott Street. And if for some reason I work on this over the weekend, because I do work on weekends, and what if I am unable to get to 10%? Would I notify somebody, Tim, on
This is all part of my motion. It's a huge
on
motion.
Monday? I would notify
We can always
Tim
cancel
we can withdraw it from the agenda.
and say
to the
I
select
was
can
not,
post a meeting.
I was not able to get to 10%.
Then maybe I'll take your motion and get to 10%.
So we would have to schedule a meeting for like 5 o'clock on Tuesday. Can people make that?
I will have to do it by Zoom,
Which you can do.
which I could do.
I can do it by Zoom.
Yeah, I'm fine on
Okay.
Tuesday.
Okay.
Somebody want to second my motion?
Are we actually expecting the select board to just say they'll receive it when their meeting opens? They have nothing in advance. They normally receive a packet, I think, the Friday before their meetings. And so we're asking them to make a decision on something that they receive basically at the start of their meeting.
It's to open the warrant and accept the article. But I hear what you're saying is.
Didn't they do that like for the land swap?
I don't remember what they did. I didn't follow every detail they did on the land swap.
probably do it if they
So
want
I
to.
don't know.
I feel like they didn't.
The idea behind it, I think we're probably putting the select board in a difficult position, but I'm hopeful that the select board would understand that there's value in giving town meeting two options. If they decide on Tuesday that that's not their interest and they don't want town meeting to have two options, or they're not going to allow us an opportunity to, I guess, at a late hour, try to put something together, then we will have done what we could do.
So I'll try my best. You know, as you all know, it's been a struggle for me. And I've been struggling to get to even 10% because we still have the 500 units coming from the 40Bs, which we have not had any, that has not been in any impact analysis. Our consultant RKG is at least behind their schedule by 1 month. So we are putting forth something that we don't have enough information on, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, I get it. But Maggie, honestly, you've done a lot of work. You credited Cheryl earlier, Cheryl's done a ton of work on design guidelines. You've done a lot of work on this. And, we didn't have a unified position amongst the board or with anybody that we could even put a 10%. We've been up against opposition. So I appreciate what you've done. I stand by what I've said repeatedly. I think the town meeting members deserve to have options. We'll do the best we can, but it's not like we've had the support within this meeting or from anybody else involved, Tim and Josh's department or the consultants to try to get a 10% model. So we'll do the best we can.
If you're not happy with it, you can change the name and call it the Jim Davis article.
All right, so then we need to have a motion to move the article forward and to schedule a meeting, post a meeting for Tuesday evening at 5 p.m.
I'll make a motion to push the article forward and make a motion to have a meeting at 5 p.m. Two separate motions, one big one.
Yeah.
Is your motion to include submitting what's currently on the table to the select board now?
No,
I think we should send what we have now. Let's make that up. We should have a clear motion that we should send what we currently have, letting them know that it will likely be amended prior to their meeting and submitted at their meeting prior to
So I'd like to make a motion to put Maggie's article
to send to the select board.
And that's it.
To request that the warrant be opened.
Okay, to request that the warrant will be opened, and we will have a meeting on
Monday. Tuesday at 5 p.m.
for further discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
To approve of any amendments.
I second.
To approve of any amendments, okay.
I second moving the article forward till Tuesday at 5 and to the select board. And to include any amendments on Tuesday at 5.
All right.
Right, it's a tight time frame. Okay.
Logistically, can that be a fully remote meeting? It sounds like
Yeah,
you need to be on Zoom, just for our meeting
Yes,
scheduling.
I think that whoever can.
Okay, great.
I think that should be fully remote. That's fine. Okay, so that's a second. All right, roll call. Sean?
Yes.
Maggie?
Yes.
Cheryl?
No.
Jim?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Second.
Yep.
you.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right.
Sean's still on Zoom.
Roll call vote.
I'm sorry.
Sean's still on Zoom, so you have to.
Yeah, sorry.
call.
Roll call to adjourn. Sean?
Yes.
Maggie?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay. Thank Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.